Amid countless worlds that seem like pure fiction, lie battles, sacrifices, and secrets that have never been told. Every story is a war between destiny and choice. If you're ready to uncover heroes, villains, and the forgotten souls lost in between, then step into the world of Comic Recap, where every tale is a battle for survival.
The true origins of Pelinal Whitestrake remain one of the most contentious subjects among Imperial scholars and theologians. The Song of Pelinal, our primary source on this enigmatic figure, presents numerous contradictions and temporal inconsistencies that have fueled centuries of debate. These texts, compiled during the early First Era, but describing events from the late Marthic Era, contain passages that were suspiciously excised by Elysian scribes, leaving us with an incomplete picture. According to the most widely accepted accounts, Pelinal arrived in the Need-Aelid conflict seemingly from nowhere, appearing at the Aelid White Gold Tower, arrayed in armor from the future time. This peculiar description immediately sets Pelinal apart from conventional historical figures. The texts describe him descending upon the Aelid-controlled Cyrodiil, his arrival heralded by a bolt of lightning that split the sky, a detail that has led many to connect him with the goddess Kay, the Nordic deity associated with storms and widow to shore. The kind connection runs deeper than mere symbolism. Several Nordic oral traditions maintain that Pelinal was directly sent by Kay herself as an answer to Elysia's prayers. These accounts depict Kay breathing onto the land of Cyrodiil, her divine breath materializing as the warrior Pelinal, fully formed and armored in gleaming white. This narrative aligns with Nordic religious perspectives which view Kine as an active interventionist deity who directly aids mortals in their struggles against elven dominance. The Nords of the First Era would have found this explanation satisfying, as it reinforced their belief in the direct involvement of their pantheon in mortal affairs. However, Imperial scholars have long questioned this overtly mythic origin. The College of Whispers has proposed alternative theories suggesting that Pelinal may have been an exceptionally gifted Nedic warrior whose deeds were posthumously mythologized. Yet, this rationalist approach fails to account for the numerous supernatural elements consistently described in various accounts of Pelinal's campaigns, including his apparent immortality until his final dismemberment at the hands of Umrold's lieutenants. Perhaps the most intriguing descriptor applied to Pelinal is that of the star made night. This enigmatic title appears multiple times in the Song of Pelinal, yet its precise meaning remains elusive. Some scholars of Edric mythology interpret this as evidence that Pelinal originated from among the Magnagi, the star spirits who followed Magnus when he fled Mundus during its creation. These entities, neither fully divine nor mortal, exist in a hynal state that might explain Pelinal's otherworldly nature and tremendous power. The star, made designation, could alternatively indicate a connection to Aetherius itself, the immortal plane from which magic flows into Mundus. If Pelinal was indeed crafted from the very substance of stars, this would explain his resistance to conventional harm and his ability to channel devastating power against his Aelid enemies. Records describe his left hand glowing with a terrible light that could unmake the laws of nature, a power reminiscent of the raw creation of Aetherius rather than conventional magicka. Theological texts from University of Guam Press suggest that star might be a metaphorical reference to Pelinal being forged by divine will for a specific purpose and the liberation of human slaves from aid tyranny. This interpretation views Pelinal not as a creation of stars in the literal sense, but as a weapon crafted by divine forces to fulfill a cosmic role in the struggle between men and Mer. The most controversial theory regarding Pelinal's origins, one that gained significant traction during the late Third Era, is that he was Azarine, a mortal incarnation of the missing god Lurin, also known as Zar in the Cyrodiilic pantheon. This theory draws upon several compelling pieces of evidence. Firstly, Pelinal's berserker rages during which he would become the Pelinal who white-staked his enemies bear striking resemblance to the destructive aspects attributed to Lurin, Shar. These episodes of uncontrollable violence during which Pelinal would slaughter indiscriminately reflect the chaotic space-taking nature of Lurin as described in various elven mythologies. Furthermore, Pelinal's adamant hatred of elves align with the cosmic conflict between Lurin and the elven ancestors. The elves have traditionally viewed Lurin as a trickster deity who trapped their divine ancestors in mortal forms by creating Mundus. If Pelinal were indeed an aspect of Lurin, his relentless campaign against the Alids would represent a continuation of this primordial struggle. The texts themselves offer tantalizing hints of this connection. In one surviving fragment, Pelinal is described as surrounded by his red rage, that shape that no one can observe without seeing the spilled blood of the Adra. This imagery evokes the heart of Lurin, torn from his chest by Trinomac and shot across Tamriel by Oriel. When Morihaus, Elysia's demigod companion, tentatively asks Pelinal about being a Shezerin, the text abruptly ends with text lost, one of the most conspicuous redactions in the entire song. The Elysian Order, which rose to prominence after the Slave Rebellion, had complex and evolving views on Jar. While initially revering him as the god who aided humanity, later Elysian doctrine became increasingly anti-elven and monotheistic, eventually diminishing Jar's role. This shifting theological landscape may explain why references to Pelinal's potential identity as Azarine were systematically removed from historical records. Perhaps the most compelling evidence for Pelinal's otherworldly origins comes from the temporal anomalies that surround his appearance in history. Throughout the Song of Pelinal, he makes references to people, places, and concepts that would not exist until centuries or even millennia later. He spoke of Riemann, a figure who would not be born until the late First Era, approximately 1,700 years after Pelinal's death. He referred to the red diamond, widely understood to be the amulet of kings before it had taken that particular form and name in imperial mythology. Most puzzlingly, Pelinal referred to Cyrodiil as Cyrod, and spoke of it as an empire long before the First Empire was established under Elysia. These anachronistic references have led some scholars at the Arcane University to propose that Pelinal existed outside of conventional time, perhaps as an entity sent back from the future, or as a being who experienced time non-linearly, perceiving past, present, and future simultaneously. The White Gold Tower itself, the alid structure at the heart of the Imperial City, is known to have unique properties related to time and reality due to its status as an adamant tower. Some theoretical texts suggest that Pelinal's proximity to the tower throughout the rebellion may have caused temporal distortions in his perception and speech, leading to these prophetic utterances. Another possibility is that Pelinal was not merely a warrior, but a form of divine intervention similar to an avatar or aspect of an Eric force. The 8 divines, having largely surrendered their agency by participating in the creation of Mundus, rarely intervene directly in mortal affairs. However, historical precedents exist for limited divine manifestations during times of exceptional need. If Pelinal represented such a manifestation perhaps of Jar himself, his awareness might have transcended normal temporal constraints. Pelinal's armor presents another enigma. Described as made from a compound of lunar silver and star iron, it possessed properties unknown to First-Era metallurgy. Some accounts claim it would instantly repair itself when damaged, while others suggest it was impervious to all but the most powerful Aelid magics. The technological sophistication implied by these descriptions further supports the theory that Pelinal originated from outside the conventional timeline, perhaps from a future era or an alternate reality altogether. The Thalmor archives in Alinor contain their own interpretations of Pelinal's origins, though these documents remain largely inaccessible to Imperial scholars. Fragmentariary reports suggest that Aldmere tradition views Pelinal as a particularly virulent manifestation of Lurin's disruptive influence, a time wound made flesh sent to derail elven ascension. While obviously biased against Pelinal, these Almeri accounts nonetheless acknowledge his extraterrestrial origins. Archaeological expeditions to sites of Pelinal's major battles have yielded curious findings that add to the mystery. At the ruins of Sard and Machimentine, 2 Aelid cities Pelinal destroyed utterly. Researchers from the Synod discovered stone fragments that had been transmuted at the molecular level, a phenomenon requiring magical energies far beyond what even the most powerful battle mages of the current era can produce. These findings suggest that whatever power Pelinal wielded, it operated on principles fundamentally different from conventional magic. The question of Pelinal's true nature, whether divine agent, time-displaced warrior, Shazareen, or something else entirely, remains unresolved. What seems clear from all accounts is that he represented a force beyond the ordinary, a being whose very existence challenged the established order of Cyrodiil during the late Marthic era. His origins, shrouded in mystery and contradiction, may never be fully understood, as the truth likely lies somewhere between historical fact and mythic symbolism in that liminal space where Tamilic history so often resides. When Pelinal Whitestrake first appeared in Cyrodiil, the Aelid dominion was at the height of its cruelty. Human slaves toiled under conditions of unimaginable brutality. The Aelids, practicing what scholars now refer to as flesh sculpture, used their subjects for magical experiments and sadistic entertainment. Netted captives were forced to construct the White Gold Tower and its surrounding city while suffering torments designed to break not just their bodies, but their spirits. It was into this darkness that Pelinal arrived. The exact location of his first appearance remains disputed in historical accounts, though most credible sources place it near Lake Rumer. Covered in blood knot, he approached the hidden camp where Elysia had gathered her most trusted followers. According to the fragmented texts of the Song of Pel, he came like a storm, covered in malachite armor that reflected none of the campfire light, yet caught all of the stars above. Elysia, already recognized as a spiritual leader among the needs for her visions of Akatosh, initially approached the blood-drenched warrior with caution. The meeting between these two pivotal figures occurred during a moonless night when Elysia had retreated to pray for divine intervention. Witnesses described how Pelinal knelt before her, not as a subject to a queen, but as one who recognized a kindred purpose. He spoke of having heard her prayers across the currents of time and pledged his sword to her cause. What followed was not immediate action, but strategic preparation. Contrary to popular depictions that portray Pelinal as solely a berserker force, historical records indicate that he spent several months working with Elysia to organize the scattered resistance movements. Elysia had already established a network of informants and sympathizers throughout Cyrodiil, but lacked the military expertise to transform these disparate groups into a cohesive fighting force. Pelinal brought not just his own martial prowess, but tactical knowledge that seemed to transcend the military understanding of the era. He introduced concepts of formation, fighting to the former slaves, teaching them to use their numbers effectively against the magically superior Aelids. The rebellion's early training grounds, recently excavated near modern Skingrad, reveal practice areas where Pelinal taught fighters to use simple shields in overlapping patterns, a technique that would prove devastatingly effective against aid spellcasters who relied on direct magical attacks. The alliance between Pelinal, Elysia, and Morehouse, who arrived shortly after Pelinal, created a leadership triad that balanced spiritual authority, tactical brilliance, and raw power. Elysia provided the vision and legitimacy that united the diverse human populations of Cyrodiil. Morehouse, the half-man, half-bull son of Kay, contributed immense strength and the ability to counter Alid weather magic. Pelinal, meanwhile, served as the rebellion's master strategist and most fearsome warrior. The division of responsibilities among this triumvirate proved crucial to the rebellion's success. Elysia focused on building political alliances, even securing support from certain Aelid lords who had grown disillusioned with the excessive cruelty of their kin. Morehouse led direct assaults on Aelid strongholds, his physical might allowing rebels to breach fortifications previously thought impenetrable. Pelinal, although often remembered primarily for his berserker rages, actually spent much of his time moving between scattered rebel groups, training fighters, and coordinating simultaneous strikes against multiple targets. The first major engagement of the rebellion occurred at the Alid settlement of Sard, located in what is now the Great Forest region. Prior to the attack, Pelinal infiltrated the city alone, systematically eliminating sentries and sabotaging the magical wards that protected the settlement. When the main rebel force arrived, led by Morehouse, they found the city's defenses already compromised. The Battle of Sard, as it came to be known, ended with the complete destruction of the Aelid presence there and the liberation of over 3,000 human slaves. What made this victory particularly significant was not just its military success, but its psychological impact. The Aelids had maintained control partly through cultivating a belief in their invincibility. The fall of Sarge shattered this perception and sparked uprisings throughout the surrounding regions. Newly freed slaves, rather than fleeing, overwhelmingly chose to join Elysia's forces, swelling the rebellion's ranks. Pelinal's tactical approach during this early phase revealed a sophisticated understanding of asymmetric warfare. Rather than engaging the numerically and magically superior Alid forces directly, he advocated targeted strikes against supply lines and isolated outposts. The rebellion systematically liberated slave quarters and work camps, incorporating the freed captives into their growing army while denying the Alids their labor force. Archaeological evidence from this period reveals another aspect of Pelinal's strategy: the deliberate targeting of Aid Welkind and Var stones. These crystalline objects, which stored magical energy and powered Aid enchantments, represented both a military and economic resource for the elven overlords. By destroying or capturing these stones, the rebellion effectively diminished the Aalid's magical advantage while simultaneously crippling their economy. The Battle of Vaesen marked another crucial turning point engineered by Pelinal. Located in the eastern reaches of Cyrodiil, Vatizon served as a major administrative center where Aid mage lords conducted their most horrific experiments on human subjects. Rather than a frontal assault, Pelinal led a small team of former slaves who knew the city's underground passages. They infiltrated the settlement during a ritual ceremony when most of the Aid leadership was gathered in a central chamber. Historical accounts describe what happened next with a mixture of awe and horror. Pelinal, upon breaking into the ceremonial hall, underwent one of his first documented red rages. Witnesses reported that his armor began to glow with an internal light that burned like the sun reflected on silver, and he moved with such speed that observers could track his position only by the trail of dismembered Aid bodies he left behind. By the time Morehouse arrived with the main force, Pelinal had single-handedly slaughtered the entire ruling council of Vates. The remaining Aalid soldiers, leaderless and demoralized, offered minimal resistance. What made this victory particularly significant was the recovery of ancient texts and magical artifacts that had been hoarded by the Vatizon mage lords. These resources provided the rebellion with crucial knowledge about Aid weaknesses and magical countermeasures. Following, Pelinal's approach shifted from guerrilla tactics to more direct confrontations. This change reflected the growing strength of the rebel forces and the increasingly desperate position of the Aalids. The rebellion began targeting major population centers with Pelinal, often leading advanced forces to breach defenses ahead of the main army. The Battle of Macintaine exemplified this new phase of the conflict. Unlike earlier engagements, this was a direct siege against a heavily fortified Aalid city. Pelinal's innovative use of captured Aid magical artifacts allowed the human forces to counter the defensive enchantments that had previously made such strongholds impregnable. Historical records describe how Pelinal used a captured Varone to temporarily neutralize the magical barriers surrounding the city, creating a window of opportunity for Morehouse to lead a direct assault on the main gate. What followed was one of the bloodiest engagements of the entire rebellion. The fighting lasted 3 days, with Pelinal reportedly remaining at the front lines without rest for the entire duration. When Aid reinforcements arrived from nearby settlements, Pelinal led a sortie that caught them in an expertly executed pincer movement. The maneuver displayed a level of tactical sophistication that many scholars believe would not be seen again in Cyrodiil until the rise of Riemann, one nearly 2 millennia later. The aftermath of Macintaine revealed both the strategic brilliance and the troubling nature of Pelinal's leadership. While the victory secured control of a crucial region and freed thousands of slaves, it also demonstrated the extreme brutality that characterized Pelinal's campaigns. Unlike Elysia, who generally showed mercy to surrendering Aalids, Pelinal pursued a policy of total extermination. The texts describe how he ordered the complete destruction of Macintaine, leaving not one stone upon another, nor any living thing that bore the blood of the Aalids. This approach created tension within the rebellion's leadership. Historical records preserved in the Imperial Library contain evidence of heated disagreements between Elysia and Pelinal regarding the treatment of captured Alids and those who surrendered. While Elysia advocated for incorporating cooperative aid lords into her emerging political structure, Pelinal viewed all elves as enemies to be eliminated. Mori House often served as mediator between these conflicting viewpoints, though his own sympathies typically align more closely with Pelinal's uncompromising stance. Despite these internal conflicts, the rebellion maintained its momentum. By the end of its first year, approximately 1/3 of Cyrodiil had been liberated from Aelid control. The pattern of victories established during this period would continue with Pelinal's military genius and supernatural combat abilities, complementing Elysia's political acumen and Morris's raw power. The Battle of Nandava demonstrated how this combination of talents could overcome seemingly insurmountable odds. Nandava was an Aelid stronghold built into the side of a mountain in what is now the Colombian Highlands. Its elevated position and natural defenses made direct assault nearly impossible. Rather than attempt a conventional siege, Pelinal devised a multi-layered strategy that exemplified his innovative approach to warfare. First, rebel agents infiltrated the settlement's water supply, not to poison it, but to introduce a harmless substance that replicated the effects of altitude sickness. As the Alid defenders began experiencing disorientation and weakness, Pelinal led a small force up a seemingly impassable cliff face on the settlement's eastern side. They used specialized climbing tools that Pelinal himself had designed, another example of his anachronistic knowledge. Once inside, this advanced team disabled the magical defenses that would have detected the main rebel army approaching from the west. When Mori House led the frontal assault, the Alids found themselves fighting on two fronts while suffering from the debilitating effects of the contaminated water. The settlement fell within hours with minimal casualties among the rebel forces. The victory at Nandava yielded not just territorial gains, but critical intelligence. Among the captured materials were detailed maps of the remaining Alid strongholds throughout Cyrodiil, including information about their defenses and supply routes. This intelligence allowed Elysia and Pelinal to coordinate simultaneous attacks against multiple targets, preventing the Alids from concentrating their forces effectively. As the rebellion gained momentum, Pelinal's reputation grew to mythic proportions among both his followers and his enemies. Human fighters viewed him with a mixture of awe and fear, while aid accounts described him as a terror beyond understanding and the white snake of human vengeance. This reputation itself became a weapon, with some Alid settlements surrendering immediately upon learning that Pelinal was approaching their walls. The psychological impact of Pelinal's campaign extended beyond immediate tactical advantages. By systematically destroying Alid cultural and religious sites, he undermined the foundation of their society. The White Gold Tower, while still under Alid control, stood increasingly isolated as the surrounding territories fell to the rebellion. This isolation forced the remaining Alid leadership to concentrate their forces around the capital, abandoning outlying settlements and creating opportunities for further rebel advances. By the midpoint of the rebellion, Pelinal had developed a cadre of human officers trained in his distinctive fighting style and tactical approach. These individuals, known as the Whitestrake Shields, led independent operations throughout Cyrodiil, effectively multiplying Pelinal's influence beyond his physical presence. Archaeological evidence from battle sites associated with these officers reveals consistent patterns of engagement that bear Pelinal's tactical signature. rapid strikes against command structures, followed by a controlled withdrawal before enemy reinforcements could arrive. Pelinal Whitestrike's martial presence on the battlefield was made unmistakable by his distinctive armor, a sight that came to symbolize both liberation and terror across Cyrodiil. Unlike the typical leather and bronze combinations favored by Nedic warriors of the era, Pelinal's armor represented something entirely different, a technological and mystical marvel that defied the metallurgical understanding of the First Era. The most striking feature of his armor was its coloration, described in the Song of Pelinal as gleaming white as star-touched snow. The armor possessed a luminous quality that made Pelinal visible even in the darkest night battles. This brilliant white appearance wasn't merely aesthetic, but served practical purposes during the rebellion. Freed slaves could easily identify their champion amidst the chaos of battle, while aid forces learned to fear the approaching white figure cutting through their ranks. What made this armor truly remarkable was its composition. Multiple accounts describe it as made from the enemy's silver, a reference not to stolen aid materials, but to something far more significant. A lit society placed tremendous value on lunar symbolism, with silver representing their connection to the moons and the magical properties they derived from these celestial bodies by wearing armor fashioned from the enemy's properties. Silver, Pelinal symbolically appropriated the very source of aid, magical power, and turned it against them. The actual material of the armor appears to have been a unique alloy combining lunar silver with what ancient texts call star iron, likely meteoric metal, which has always held special significance in Tamlic metallurgy. This combination created a material with exceptional properties. Imperial archival records from the University of Guam describe how the armor turned aside both blade and spell, suggesting enchantment capabilities far beyond First-Era crafting techniques. Most remarkable was the armor's apparent ability to repair itself. Eyewitness accounts claimed that wounds inflicted upon the armor would close like flesh healing, but in the span of moments rather than days. This self-restoration property has led some scholars to suggest the armor wasn't merely enchanted, but somehow alive or connected to Pelinal in a symbiotic relationship. The Arcane University's Department of Theoretical Artificery has proposed that the armor might have been a form of bound-dry entity, though this theory remains highly controversial among Imperial theologians. The armor consisted of several distinct components, each with apparent magical properties. The breastplate bore an insignia that contemporary accounts describe variously as a red diamond or the crystallized blood of creation, imagery that bears striking similarity to later descriptions of the Amulet of Kings. This emblem would glow with increasing intensity during Pelinal's berserker episodes, suggesting a connection to his emotional or spiritual state. The gauntlets deserve special mention, particularly the left one. Multiple sources describe Pelinal's left hand as occasionally emanating a terrible light, capable of unmaking matter itself. During the siege of Citader, Pelinal reportedly placed this gauntleted hand against the city's enchanted gates, causing the metal to flow like water before collapsing entirely. This ability to negate the fundamental properties of materials suggests magic operating on principles entirely different from the established schools of the First Era. The helmet, described as faceless and smooth as a mirror, concealed Pelinal's features entirely. This design choice carried powerful psychological impact in battle. Without visible facial expressions, Pelinal became something other than human to both allies and enemies, a force of nature rather than a man. The reflective quality of the helmet's surface also served a practical purpose against aid light magic, turning their favored spells back upon the casters. The symbolic importance of Pelinal's white armor extended beyond battlefield recognition. In aid culture, darkness represented sophistication and spiritual elevation. Their architecture emphasized shadows and subtle illumination, while their magic often manipulated light to create darkness. The Alids viewed light magic as crude and unsophisticated compared to their shadow-based spellcraft. By appearing in blindingly white armor, Pelinal presented a direct ideological challenge to aid aesthetic and magical principles. This symbolic opposition manifested most dramatically during night battles. Aid warriors typically used darkness as tactical cover, but Pelinal's armor nullified this advantage. According to accounts from the Battle of Vatisen, his armor carried its own light, like moonlight captured in metal, making him visible to his forces while simultaneously revealing hidden Alid positions. This characteristic transformed the armor from mere protection into a strategic asset that altered the dynamics of nighttime engagements. Complementing his legendary armor was Pelinal's arsenal of weapons, foremost among them his sword. Unlike the curved bronze blades common among Nedic forces, Pelinal wielded what the song describes as a blade straight and terrible as daylight. Metallurgical analysis of fragments purportedly from this weapon preserved in the Imperial Palace indicates a steel alloy of quality unattainable in the First Era, containing trace elements suggesting extraterrestrial origin. The sword possessed unique properties against magical defenses. Aid battle mages typically surrounded themselves with protective wards that could deflect conventional weapons. Pelinal's blade, however, cut through these magical barriers as a knife through fog. This ability proved decisive in direct confrontations with Aid leadership, who relied heavily on magical protection rather than physical armor. Inscriptions ran along the blade in a script that defied translation by First-Era scholars. Modern linguistic analysis by the Synod has identified similarities to Alnofex, the language of the Dawn Era, though with significant deviations suggesting either a regional variant or a later evolutionary stage of the language. These inscriptions reportedly glowed blue when in proximity to magic, serving as both warning and targeting system during combat with spellcasters. The sword's hilt deserves particular attention. Crafted from a material described as neither metal nor stone, it bore an 8-pointed star motif that some scholars connect to the constellation of the warrior. This celestial symbolism reinforced Pelinal's connection to the heavens, and possibly to Edric forces. The hilt also contained a reservoir of magical energy that supplemented the blade's enchantments, allowing for sustained effectiveness against multiple magical opponents without degradation. In addition to his primary sword, Pelinal occasionally wielded a mace during siege operations. This weapon, significantly heavier than conventional maces of the era, could shatter stone fortifications with single blows. During the assault on Sard, Pelinal reportedly breached the city's main gate with 3 strikes of this weapon, despite the gate being reinforced with both physical and magical barriers. The mace head was described as crystalline, yet unbreakable, suggesting a material unknown to First-Era crafting traditions. Pelinal's combat style reflected both superhuman ability and sophisticated tactical understanding. Unlike the berserker approach often attributed to him in popular culture, contemporary accounts describe a fighter of extraordinary precision and economy of movement. The Song of Pelinal notes that he moved like water between stones, finding gaps where none appeared to create darkness. The Alads viewed light magic as crude and unsophisticated compared to their shadow-based spellcraft. By appearing in blindingly white armor, Pelinal presented a direct ideological challenge to aid aesthetic and magical principles. This symbolic opposition manifested most dramatically during night battles. Aid warriors typically use darkness as tactical cover, but Pelinal's armor nullified this advantage. According to accounts from the Battle of Vitessin, his armor carried its own light like moonlight captured in metal, making him visible to his forces while simultaneously revealing hidden Alad positions. This characteristic transformed the armor from mere protection into a strategic asset that altered the dynamics of nighttime engagements. Complementing his legendary armor was Pelinal's arsenal of weapons, foremost among them his sword. Unlike the curved bronze blades common among Nedic forces, Pelinal wielded what the song describes as a blade straight and terrible as daylight. Metallurgical analysis of fragments purportedly from this weapon preserved in the Imperial Palace indicates a steel alloy of quality unattainable in the First Era, containing trace elements suggesting extraterrestrial origin. The sword possessed unique properties against magical defenses. Aid battle mages typically surrounded themselves with protective wards that could deflect conventional weapons. Pelinal's blade, however, cut through these magical barriers as a knife through fog. This ability proved decisive in direct confrontations with Aid leadership, who relied heavily on magical protection rather than physical armor. Inscriptions ran along the blade in a script that defied translation by First Era scholars. Modern linguistic analysis by the Synod has identified similarities to Alnofex, the language of the Dawn Era, though with significant deviations suggesting either a regional variant or a later evolutionary stage of the language. These inscriptions reportedly glowed blue when in proximity to magic, serving as both warning and targeting system during combat with spellcasters. The sword's hilt deserves particular attention. Crafted from a material described as neither metal nor stone, it bore an 8-pointed star motif that some scholars connect to the constellation of the warrior. This celestial symbolism reinforced Pelinal's connection to the heavens and possibly to Edric forces. The hilt also contained a reservoir of magical energy that supplemented the blade's enchantments, allowing for sustained effectiveness against multiple magical opponents without degradation. In addition to his primary sword, Pelinal occasionally wielded a mace during siege operations. This weapon, significantly heavier than conventional maces of the era, could shatter stone fortifications with single blows. During the assault on Sard, Pelinal reportedly breached the city's main gate with 3 strikes of this weapon, despite the gate being reinforced with both physical and magical barriers. The mace head was described as crystalline, yet unbreakable, suggesting a material unknown to First-Era crafting traditions. Pelinal's combat style reflected both superhuman ability and sophisticated tactical understanding. Unlike the berserker approach often attributed to him in popular culture, contemporary accounts describe a fighter of extraordinary precision and economy of movement. The Song of Pelinal notes that he moved like water between stones, finding gaps where none appeared to. Confirm would require force beyond human capability. Skeletal remains show evidence of wounds delivered with such speed that bones on opposite sides of the body were severed before the initial impact could displace the target. The effectiveness of Pelinal's combat approach extended beyond his personal engagements. He systematically trained cadre of human fighters in simplified versions of his techniques, creating the first organized human military units in Cyrodiilic history. These fighters, while unable to replicate his supernatural abilities, adopted his tactical principles and equipment configurations. The distinctive white shields carried by these units became a hallmark of the rebellion's elite forces. Pelinal's weaponry, like his armor, possessed origins shrouded in mystery. The Song of Pelinal offers contradictory accounts, variously claiming his weapons were gifted by the gods, forged from the last breath of a dying star, or carried with him from another Kalpa. These poetic descriptions likely reflect attempts to explain the weapon's clearly supernatural properties through mythological frameworks familiar to First-Era chroniclers. Material analysis of weapon fragments, allegedly from Pelinal's arsenal preserved in the Imperial City, has yielded puzzling results. The metal contains isotopic ratios inconsistent with any known Tamilic ore deposits, leading some scholars to propose extraterrestrial origins. Others suggest the unusual composition resulted from forging methods involving extreme magical manipulation of conventional materials, though such techniques would have been unknown during the First Era. The enchantments on Pelinal's weapons displayed unusual permanence. While conventional enchanted weapons of the era required regular recharging through soul gems or similar magical sources, Pelinal's arsenal maintained consistent magical properties throughout the rebellion. This self-sustaining enchantment suggests either an internal power source or a connection to a persistent external source of magical energy. The duality of Pelinal Whitestrike's nature manifested most dramatically in what contemporary accounts termed his killing fits, episodes of uncontrolled rage that transformed the calculated military strategist into an instrument of indiscriminate slaughter. These berserker states represented more than mere battle fury. They constituted a fundamental aspect of his being that both aided the Elysian cause and threatened to undermine it. The earliest documented instance of Pelinal's madness occurred during the liberation of a mining camp near Lake Rumire. After witnessing particularly brutal treatment of Nedic slaves, Pelinal entered what witnesses described as a red moment. His armor began to emit a crimson glow that intensified until it appeared to observers that he was bathed in bloodlight. What followed was not the precise, economical combat that typically characterized his fighting style, but a whirlwind of destruction that claimed not only the aid overseers, but dozens of uninvolved elven civilians who had no connection to the slave operations. Elysian chroniclers struggled to reconcile these episodes with Pelinal's otherwise methodical approach to warfare. The Song of Pelinal refers to these states as times when the Pelinal that was became lost, and the Pelinal that would destroy took his place. This dissociative language suggests that even his contemporaries viewed these episodes as transformative rather than merely emotional, as though another entity temporarily inhabited his form. Medical scholars from the Imperial Chirurgical Society have retrospectively analyzed these accounts, suggesting that Pelinal exhibited symptoms consistent with severe battle trauma combined with an underlying condition affecting his cognitive regulation. However, Such rationalist explanations fail to account for the supernatural elements consistently reported during these episodes, particularly the physical transformation of his armor and weapons. The theological implications of Pelinal's madness extend beyond psychological interpretation. If, as many scholars contend, Pelinal was indeed a Shezarene, a mortal incarnation of the missing god Lurin, Shezar, then his episodes of uncontrolled violence may represent the manifestation of Lurin's chaotic space-taking nature, breaking through a more controlled human vessel. The Elysian theologian Theophorus of Kevak proposed that these fits represented moments when the divine aspect overwhelmed its mortal container, causing a temporary reversion to a more primordial state of being. This interpretation gains credibility when examining the specific triggers for Pelinal's episodes. They frequently occurred when confronted with particular forms of Aelid magic, especially those involving manipulation of light and shadow practices connected to aid worship of the Aedra Magnus. In Elven religious tradition, Magnus represents the opposition to Lurin's material creation, having fled Mundus to preserve his divine essence. If Pelinal indeed carried Lurin's essence, his violent reaction to Magnus-aligned magic would represent a continuation of this primeval conflict between competing divine visions. The physical manifestations accompanying Pelinal's madness further suggest a divine or supernatural origin. During these episodes, witnesses consistently reported that his left hand emitted a light described as terrible to behold, a light that seemed to unmake rather than illuminate. During the siege of Citador, Pelinal's left hand reportedly caused stone and metal to dissolve like snow in summer heat, allowing him to breach fortifications by simply touching them. This ability to negate the fundamental properties of matter align with mythological accounts of Lurin's role in creating the material world, suggesting that during his fits, Pelinal could temporarily unmake creation itself. The most infamous and thoroughly documented instance of Pelinal's madness occurred following the Battle of the Needs of Sidor, after Morihaus suffered a serious wound from Aelid star magic. Pelinal entered a killing fit that lasted 3 days and nights. He slaughtered not only the responsible aid forces, but proceeded to massacre the entire population of Sidor, including elven children, and even, according to some accounts, household pets and livestock. The destruction extended beyond living beings to the physical infrastructure of the settlement itself, with buildings reduced to rubble, and the surrounding landscape altered through what witnesses described as the unmaking light emanating from his armor. When Pelinal finally emerged from the state, he reportedly had no memory of his actions. This amnesiac quality characterized all of his episodes, creating a disturbing discontinuity in his experience. In a fragment of the Song of Pelinal, preserved in the Imperial Library, but omitted from most published versions, he is quoted as saying, "I wake to find blood, not mine upon my hands, and cities fallen that I do not recall conquering." This lack of recall suggests that during these episodes, his consciousness was either suppressed or replaced entirely. The relationship between Pelinal's madness and his supposed divine nature becomes most apparent when examining the aftermath of his killing fits. Archaeological excavations at sites of his berserker episodes reveal anomalous magical residues, unlike those found at locations of conventional battles. Studies conducted by the Synod have detected patterns of magical disruption that persist for centuries. Areas where enchantments fail unpredictably and conjuration spells produce unstable results. These magical anomalies suggest that Pelinal's fits temporarily distorted the fundamental laws of reality in ways consistent with divine intervention rather than mortal magic. The theological implications of Pelinal's madness proved problematic for the early Elysian Order. While they celebrated his role in liberating humanity from Aelid oppression, his indiscriminate violence complicated efforts to portray him as a purely righteous champion. This ambivalence is reflected in the systematic redaction of certain passages from the Song of Pelinal, particularly those describing the full extent of his atrocities against non-combatants. The Elysian doctrine, which eventually evolved toward monotheism, struggled to incorporate a figure whose behavior so clearly embodied chaos rather than order. Elysia herself recognized the danger posed by Pelinal's unpredictable nature early in the rebellion. Historical records indicate that she implemented specific protocols for managing his episodes, including the designation of trusted officers tasked with directing his fury toward military targets when possible and evacuating civilians when not. These handlers of the White Knight, as they came to be known, wore distinctive red sashes that reportedly helped Pelinal recognize them even in his maddened state. Moray House played a particularly crucial role in managing Pelinal's episodes, as a Democros possessed both the physical strength to intervene when necessary and a spiritual connection that allowed him to reach Pelinal even in his most dissociated states. Contemporary accounts describe occasions when Moray House physically restrained Pelinal during particularly severe episodes, suffering significant injuries in the process, but preventing greater catastrophes. The practical challenges of incorporating such an unpredictable force into military operations led to specific tactical adaptations within the Elysian forces. Before major engagements, Elysia would deploy scouts to identify and evacuate any non-combatants from the anticipated battlefield, including elven civilians who might oppose Aelid rule. Units fighting alongside Pelinal carried specialized shields designed to withstand the energy discharges that occasionally emanated from his armor during his fits, and maintained formation patterns that could quickly adapt to create distance between him and allied forces if he showed signs of losing control. These precautions proved insufficient during the massacre at Sedor, which represented a turning point in how the rebellion's leadership managed Pelinal. Following this incident, Elysia implemented more stringent controls, including having Pelinal accompanied at all times by a cadre of Nord shamans who had experience calming berserkers through a combination of alchemical preparations and ritual chanting. These measures proved partially effective, reducing the frequency and duration of his episodes, though not eliminating them entirely. The relationship between Pelinal's madness and specific triggers became a subject of careful study within Elysia's inner circle. They observed that his episodes most commonly occurred after exposure to certain forms of Aelid magic, particularly those involving manipulation of starlight. This observation led to preventative measures, including having him wear a specially enchanted amulet that disrupted the effects of such magic before it could trigger an episode. The amulet's design, preserved in Imperial archives, incorporated fragments of meteoric glass that supposedly filtered harmful magical influences. Beyond practical management, Elysia recognized the need to contextualize Pelinal's madness within a theological framework that would make it comprehensible to her followers. She developed a narrative that portrayed his fits as manifestations of divine wrath against Aelid cruelty, necessary, if terrible, expressions of cosmic justice. This interpretation gained traction among the rank and file of the rebellion, who came to view Pelinal's madness not as a liability, but as evidence of his divine mandate. This theological justification became increasingly important as the rebellion progressed and accounts of Pelinal's atrocities spread. The Alid leadership attempted to use these incidents to rally neutral elven settlements to their cause, portraying the rebellion not as a liberation movement, but as an existential threat to all Marish peoples. Elysia countered this propaganda by contextualizing Pelinal's violence within a narrative of righteous retribution for centuries of Aed atrocities against humans. The most theologically significant aspect of Pelinal's madness emerged in its relationship to his prophetic utterances. During his killing fits, he frequently spoke in what witnesses described as the tongue of gods, making references to people and events that would not exist for centuries. He mentioned Reman and the Red Diamond, terms that would only gain significance hundreds of years later with the rise of the Reman dynasty. These anachronistic statements, delivered while in a state of divine madness, suggested a connection to time itself that transcended normal mortal limitations. The destruction of the needs of Sidor remains the most controversial episode in accounts of Pelinal's madness. Unlike the Alids, the needs of this particular settlement had maintained a degree of autonomy through collaboration with their elven overlords. When Pelinal discovered their role in providing intelligence to Aelid forces about rebel movements, he entered one of his most prolonged and destructive fits. The resulting massacre eliminated the entire settlement, an act that troubled even his most devoted followers. In the aftermath of Sidor, Morehouse confronted Pelinal directly about the nature of his fits. According to fragments preserved in the Elysian commentaries, but omitted from the canonical song, Morehouse asked whether these episodes represented the influence of Shazar or some other divine force. Pelinal's response was cryptic. "I am not what I was before the stars changed, nor what I shall be when the Kalpa turns. The in-between thing you see is but a shadow cast by light that has not yet reached you." This enigmatic statement suggests that Pelinal himself viewed his madness as an inevitable consequence of his hynal nature, neither fully divine nor fully mortal. The management of Pelinal's condition became increasingly sophisticated as the rebellion progressed. Elysian priests developed rituals specifically designed to bring him out of his berserker states, incorporating elements that would later evolve into formal Elysian religious practices. These ceremonies involved rhythmic chanting in Proto-Cyrillic, the burning of specific herbs known to calm the mind, and the presentation of symbolic objects associated with Elysia herself, whose presence consistently demonstrated a stabilizing effect on Pelinal's mental state. Pelinal Whitestrike's systematic campaign against the Aelid city-states represented not merely a series of military engagements, but a methodical dismantling of an entire civilization. The fragmentation of Alid political power, following centuries of internal conflicts, created vulnerabilities that Pelinal exploited with tactical precision. Unlike the unified empire suggested by popular histories, the Aelid domains consisted of dozens of independent city-states, many of which maintained uneasy alliances or outright hostilities toward one another. The earliest phase of Pelinal's anti-Alid crusade targeted the settlements along Lake Rumor's eastern shore. Seat, a major center of Alid magical research, became his first significant objective after the liberation of smaller outposts. The city's ruling sorcerer king, Sinadalin, had developed defensive enchantments that rendered conventional siege approaches ineffective. Magical barriers surrounded the city, causing any projectile or person attempting unauthorized entry to burst into flame. Pelinal approached Seat alone during the winter solstice of 1242, when aid magical observances required the temporary lowering of defensive barriers for stellar alignment rituals. Historical accounts describe how he infiltrated the city by disguising himself as an Alid priest, using artifacts captured from previous engagements to bypass the remaining magical wards. Once inside the central observatory, Pelinal revealed himself and engaged Sinadalin in single combat. The duel between Pelinal and Sinadalin exemplified the clash between human martial prowess and Alid magical sophistication. Sinadalin unleashed spells that manipulated light itself, creating blinding flashes and shadow constructs that fought as independent entities. Pelinal countered with his extraordinary speed and the magical resistance of his white armor, closing distance to prevent Sinadalin from completing more complex incantations. The battle ended when Pelinal drove his sword through an apparent image of Sinadalin, only to pivot and strike the real sorcerer king, who had been projecting illusions from a different position. With Seatatter's leadership eliminated, Pelinal signaled the main Elysian forces waiting beyond the city's boundaries. The subsequent occupation of Seatatter yielded significant magical knowledge and artifacts that would prove crucial in later engagements. Most valuable among these were detailed maps of the magical conduit systems that connected major aid settlements, information that allowed Pelinal to target nexus points and disrupt aid communications across entire regions. The fall of Seatatter revealed a critical aspect of aid political fragmentation. Neighboring city-states, rather than rallying to defend their kindred, used the opportunity to settle old scores. The ruler of Lindai, a rival settlement that had long contested Seat's control of regional waterways, sent envoys to Pelinal, offering tactical information about other Alid strongholds in exchange for being spared. This pattern of Alid rulers prioritizing ancient rivalries over the collective threat would repeatedly create openings for Pelinal's forces. Pelinal refused the diplomatic overture from Lindai, reportedly stating that no compromise exists between slavery and freedom. His rejection of potential Alid allies differed markedly from Elysia's more pragmatic approach, creating tension within the rebellion's leadership. While Elysia sought to incorporate cooperative alliances into her emerging political structure, Pelinal pursued a strategy of complete eradication, viewing all Alids as inherently complicit in human enslavement. This ideological divide became most apparent during the campaign against Sador, an Alid settlement whose ruling family had recently converted from Draw worship to veneration of the Adra. The Aadra, worshipping Alids, known as the Barsibic Alids, had begun implementing more moderate policies toward their human subjects, even freeing some slaves as religious offerings to the divines. Elysia saw potential allies in these reformed Alids. While Pelinal viewed their religious conversion as mere political expediency, the assault on Sador demonstrated Pelinal's uncompromising approach despite evidence of improved conditions for humans within the city. He led a night attack that specifically targeted religious structures dedicated to Edric worship. The Barcibic priests, who had expected leniency due to their shared religious values with the Elysians, were executed alongside their Draw-worshipping counterparts. Archaeological evidence from Sidor reveals that Edric shrines were desecrated with the same thoroughness as DRI altars, suggesting that Pelinal made no theological distinctions in his campaign. This religious dimension of the conflict reflected deeper divisions within Aid society. The majority of Alid city-states practiced Dra worship, with particular emphasis on the princes Meridia and Malag Bao. These Dryphile Alids viewed humans primarily as resources to be exploited, using them for labor, magical experiments, and sacrificial rituals. The minority Adal faction centered in the western regions of Cyrodiil had adopted more moderate positions influenced by Altmarie religious traditions. Pelinal exploited this theological schism by timing his attacks to coincide with religious festivals when Dryphile and Aidphalids would gather separately for observances. The massacre at Celadil occurred during a solar ceremony dedicated to Meridia, when the city's population had doubled due to visitors from aligned settlements. Similarly, his attack on the Adraf stronghold of Mescarand took place during an Eric calendar observance, when many of the city's warriors had departed on religious pilgrimages. The political fragmentation of Aelid society extended beyond religious differences to encompass economic rivalries and dynastic disputes. The Aelid settlement of Varsabalam had severed diplomatic relations with the neighboring city-state of Nandava over control of regional Varone deposits, crystalline objects essential for advanced Aelid magic. When Pelinal's forces approached Ninandava, the rulers of Varsabalam not only refused to send aid, but actively blocked refugees seeking shelter within their walls. Pelinal's siege of Nandava demonstrated his evolving tactical approach to Aelid magical defenses. Rather than attempting to overcome the settlement's formidable magical barriers directly, he targeted the underground aqueducts that supplied water to the city. Elysian sappers, trained by Pelinal in techniques for detecting and disrupting magical wards, infiltrated these water channels and introduced alchemical agents that neutralized the magical properties of Var stones within the city. As Nandava's magical defenses faltered, Pelinal led a direct assault on the main gate. The city's defenders, accustomed to relying on magical advantages rather than conventional military tactics, proved ill-prepared for the disciplined Elysian formations. The battle concluded when Pelinal confronted the city's ruler, Sinel, in the central tower. Unlike previous engagements where he had killed Aid leadership immediately, Pelinal captured Sinero alive and publicly executed him before the city's population, a psychological tactic designed to demoralize other Aelid settlements. The fall of Nandava marked a turning point in the campaign as Pelinal began systematically targeting cities based on their strategic value rather than proximity. He developed a network of human scouts, many of them former slaves familiar with Aelid transportation routes, to gather intelligence about defensive capabilities and internal politics of remaining strongholds. This information allowed him to prioritize settlements whose fall would create maximum disruption to aid coordination and supply networks. The Aelid city-state of Sarchel exemplified the advantages of this strategic approach. Though not among the largest aid settlements, SEL controlled a critical junction in the magical conduit system that facilitated communication between White Gold Tower and outlying regions. By capturing this seemingly minor outpost, Pelinal effectively isolated the Aelid capital from its supporting territories, preventing coordinated responses to subsequent Elysian advances. Throughout these campaigns, Pelinal demonstrated an uncanny understanding of Aelid magical infrastructure that puzzled even his closest allies. He identified vulnerabilities in enchanted defenses that should have been undetectable to non-Aelids, leading some contemporaries to speculate that he possessed knowledge from previous encounters with elven civilizations, perhaps in other eras or realms. This theory gained credibility when he accurately predicted the locations of hidden magical reservoirs beneath Sarshal that had not appeared on any captured maps. The most decisive exploitation of Aed political fragmentation occurred during the campaign against the twin cities of Tor and Varlasia. These settlements, though physically adjacent, were ruled by rival branches of the same dynastic family who had maintained a ceremonial state of war for 3 centuries without actual conflict. When Pelinal's forces approached Tor, its rulers activated ancient defensive pacts that required Varlasia to send military aid. The rulers of Varlasia, however, interpreted these pacts according to their own legal traditions, sending only token forces while withholding their elite mage guards. Pelinal capitalized on this division by concentrating his attack on Tor while positioning a smaller force to intercept and eliminate the limited reinforcements from Varlasia. After Fel, he immediately pivoted his main army toward Varlasia before its rulers could fully comprehend the situation. The second city fell within hours, its defenses compromised by the absence of the mage guards, who had been dispatched as nominal support to Tor. This efficient conquest of 2 major settlements with minimal Elysian casualties demonstrated Pelinal's ability to transform Aed political dysfunction into tactical advantage. As Pelinal's campaign progressed, a pattern emerged in his treatment of conquered populations that reflected his personal vendetta against Aed civilization. In settlements that had practiced particularly cruel forms of human enslavement, he implemented what later historians would term complete erasure, the systematic destruction of all Aed cultural artifacts, architectural features, and written records. Archaeological excavations of these sites reveal layers of deliberate demolition, with statues methodically defaced and libraries reduced to ash. This cultural warfare reached its apex following the capture of Malada, known among slaves as the Terrible Crystal. This settlement had specialized in flesh sculpture, the magical modification of living humans for aesthetic and experimental purposes. Upon discovering chambers containing still living victims of these practices, Pelinal entered one of his berserker states. The destruction that followed was so complete that modern archaeologists have been unable to determine Malada's original layout or architectural style. The only structures left partially intact were the slave quarters, which Pelinal ordered preserved as testament to Aed cruelty. Throughout his campaign, Pelinal maintained a particular focus on locations associated with Umaral the Unfathered, the Aelid sorcerer king who had emerged as the primary coordinator of resistance against the Elysian forces. This personal vendetta stemmed from more than strategic considerations. According to fragments of the Song of Pelinal preserved in the Imperial Library, Pelinal viewed Umaral as the last echo of a greater enemy, a cryptic reference that some scholars interpret as connecting Umaral to entities Pelinal had encountered in other times or realms. Umural's distinctive position among the elite leadership derived from his supernatural heritage as a half-Dritch being, the offspring of an elite noble and a lesser Dritch entity in service to Meridia. This lineage granted him magical abilities beyond those of typical aid sorcerers and a form of conditional immortality that allowed his spirit to return to the colored rooms, Meridia's plane of oblivion, upon physical death. Pelinal appeared to understand these metaphysical aspects of his adversary, specifically targeting locations where Umural had established anchors to maintain his connection to Mundus. The destruction of Umural's ritual sites became a secondary campaign within Pelinal's broader crusade. At Allingland, he demolished a crystal tower where Umemeral had conducted ceremonies to strengthen his Dritch heritage. In the ruins of Mora, he systematically eliminated a complex of light wells that channeled Meridia's influence directly into the mortal plane. These precise strikes against Umural's power sources demonstrated knowledge of Dritch metaphysics that exceeded contemporary understanding, further supporting theories about Pelinal's otherworldly origins. The most strategically significant engagement in Pelinal's anti-Umural campaign occurred at Nalim, a seemingly minor Aelid outpost that concealed a major anchor point for Dritch influence. Beneath the settlement's unassuming surface structures lay an extensive complex of ritual chambers where Umeral had established a permanent portal to the colored rooms. Pelinal led a small force of specially selected fighters into these subterranean levels, confronting not just Aelid defenders, but Dritch entities summoned through the portal. The battle for Narlum's underground complex lasted 3 days, with Pelinal personally holding the central chamber against waves of Aurorans. Meridia's Dritch servitors sent to protect Umural's investment. When the fighting concluded, Pelinal had not only eliminated the Aelid presence, but implemented a ritual of his own design that permanently sealed the connection to oblivion. Magical residue from this ritual persists at the site even in the Fourth Era, creating a dead zone where conjuration magic fails and Dritch influences cannot penetrate. As Pelinal's campaign approached White Gold Tower, the remaining independent Aelid city-states faced an existential decision: ally with the central authority under Umural, or attempt separate negotiations with Elysia. The settlement of Garla's Maladar chose the former, becoming Umural's primary stronghold outside the capital and receiving significant reinforcement from DRI sources. In contrast, the rulers of Bravo attempted to establish diplomatic relations with the Elysians, offering to free their human slaves in exchange for autonomy under the new regime. Pelinal's response to these divergent approaches revealed the extent to which his personal vendetta against Umural had become the driving force of his campaign. He postponed a planned assault on Garla's Malad, a decision that puzzled his military advisors, given the settlement's strategic importance to personally lead an attack on Bravo, despite its diplomatic overtures. This prioritization reflected his understanding that Bravo contained ancestral artifacts connected to Umar's Aelid lineage that strengthened his adversary's connection to Mundus. The systematic destruction Pelinal Whitestrake unleashed upon the Aelid civilization transcended conventional warfare, entering the realm of cultural annihilation that continues to trouble scholars and theologians into the Fourth Era. Behind the celebratory accounts of human liberation lies a darker narrative of calculated extinction that targeted not only aid military forces but their entire way of life. The most graphic accounts of Pelinal's campaign come from fragments of aid records that survived his purges. These texts describe rivers literally running red with elven blood following his attacks at Sidor. Elid chroniclers recorded that the Rusrux River remained contaminated for 2 full seasons after Pelinal's assault, with fish dying upon contact with the water. Modern archaeological analysis of sediment layers at this site confirms an unusual concentration of mineralized blood residue consistent with mass casualties, supporting these otherwise hyperbolic-sounding accounts. Pelinal's methodical approach to destroying aid culture became most evident in his treatment of captured cities. Unlike conventional conquerors who typically preserved valuable infrastructure, Pelinal instituted what imperial historians euphemistically termed complete removal, the systematic destruction of all distinctly aid elements within a settlement. At Narliami, he ordered the toppling of the central observatory tower that had stood for over 3,000 years, containing astronomical records dating back to the early Marthic era. This destruction eliminated irreplaceable scientific knowledge that had no direct connection to the practice of slavery or draw worship. The architectural losses alone represent an incalculable cultural tragedy. Elid's structures incorporated unique acoustic properties that created harmonics impossible to replicate with modern techniques. Their buildings utilize mathematical principles that imperial architects still cannot fully comprehend. At Malada, Pelinal directed his forces to dismantle the crystal tower methodically, ensuring that no section remained intact enough to study its construction. Similar patterns of deliberate architectural obliteration appear at virtually every site Pelinal conquered. The destruction of written records proved even more comprehensive. Elid libraries contain texts dating back to the earliest days of elven settlement in Cyrodiil, including first-hand accounts of the Almer migration from Almeris. These irreplaceable historical documents were specifically targeted during Pelinal's campaigns at Citader. Witnesses described him spending 3 days personally overseeing the burning of the archive while more pressing military matters awaited his attention, underscoring that this destruction was not collateral damage, but a deliberate policy. This cultural eraser extended to religious artifacts regardless of their association with draw worship. Even items dedicated to Edric worship, the same divines venerated by Elysia's followers, faced destruction when of aid origin. The Temple of the Ancestors at Al Langland contained reliquaries dedicated to Oriel that had no connection to human subjugation. Yet Pelinal ordered them melted down and the materials used to forge weapons for his human troops. This indiscriminate destruction suggests his campaign targeted aid identity itself rather than merely their political dominance or specific religious practices. Perhaps most disturbing was Pelinal's approach to non-combatant aid populations. Unlike Elysia, who distinguished between aid leadership and ordinary citizens, Pelinal implemented what modern scholars would classify as systematic genocide. At Narlimi, archaeological evidence indicates that the civilian population had been herded into the central market square before being systematically executed. Skeletal remains show a pattern of precision neck wounds consistent with methodical killing rather than the chaos of combat. Similar evidence appears at multiple sites where Pelinal assaults, suggesting a standardized approach to civilian elimination. The treatment of aid children represents the most controversial aspect of Pelinal's campaign. Excavations at Sard revealed a mass burial site containing the remains of approximately 200 aid juveniles, many showing evidence of having been killed by a single weapon type, consistent with the descriptions of Pelinal's sword. Contemporary accounts from the Song of Pelinal omit these details entirely, while Elysian records euphemistically refer to removing the seedlings of tyranny, a phrase that appears repeatedly in military communications from this period. Pelinal's justification for this comprehensive approach appears in fragments of personal correspondence preserved in the Imperial Library. In a letter to Elysia following the fall of Cítar, he wrote, "The error lies not in their actions but in their essence. So long as one remains who remembers their ways, the shadow of the towers will fall again upon human lands." This essentialist view of aid nature as inherently oppressive provided the philosophical foundation for his systematic eradication of their civilization. The environmental impact of Pelinal's campaign extended beyond metaphorical rivers of blood. His destruction of Aelid magical infrastructure had lasting consequences for Cyrodiil's ecosystem. The White Gold Tower and its supporting structures regulated regional weather patterns through a network of focus stones and light wells. As Pelinal systematically destroyed these regulatory systems, parts of Cyrodiil experienced unprecedented weather extremes. Historical climate records indicate that the 5 years following the fall of White Gold Tower saw the most severe flooding in the Net Basin since the Dawn Era, followed by a decadal-long drought that decimated agricultural production. The magical consequences proved equally severe. Aelid settlements incorporated sophisticated spell containment systems that managed dangerous magical energies. When these systems were destroyed without proper deactivation, the released energies created zones of persistent magical disruption. The region surrounding the former city of Arlasil remains magically unstable into the Fourth Era, with unpredictable conjuration effects and spontaneous transmutation phenomena reported regularly. These magical dead zones represent an ongoing hazard directly attributable to Pelinal's indiscriminate destruction. Modern scholarly perspectives on Pelinal's methods have evolved considerably since the uncritical, heroic narratives of early imperial histories. The University of Guam's Department of Retroactive Ethics has developed an analytical framework that acknowledges both the moral complexity of the Elysian Rebellion's context and the excessive nature of Pelinal's response. Professor Lucille Saxius, chair of Aelid Studies, argues, recognizing the legitimate grievances of enslaved humans doesn't require us to endorse Pelinal's methodical eradication of an entire civilization. The historical record clearly shows he went far beyond military necessity into the realm of cultural obliteration. This reassessment gained momentum following the discovery of the Jolton Time tablets at Misgarand in 3E 412. These remarkably preserved Aelid records contained first-hand accounts of Pelinal's campaigns from the perspective of survivors, including details systematically omitted from imperial histories. The tablets described Pelinal not as a liberator, but as the White Death who speaks with the voice of countless screaming souls. They documented his practice of forcing captured aid nobles to watch the execution of their families before killing them, last psychological torture absent from Elysian accounts. The Arcane University's recent magical reconstruction of battle sites has provided additional evidence of Pelinal's excessive methods using specialized illusion magic to recreate events based on residual energies. Researchers have visualized several of his major engagements. These reconstructions show that at Sard, Pelinal continued killing unarmed aides for hours after all military resistance had ceased, methodically moving through residential districts to eliminate survivors hiding in cellars and storage rooms. Similar patterns appeared in reconstructions of 6 other major battles, suggesting this was standard practice rather than an isolated incident. The ethical implications extend beyond the immediate casualties to the permanent loss of knowledge and culture. Aid astronomical understanding surpassed anything achieved since, incorporating mathematical principles that imperial science rediscovered only in the late Third Era. Their acoustic engineering created spaces with healing properties that modern restoration magic cannot replicate. Their metallurgical techniques produced alloys with properties still not fully understood by contemporary smiths. This irreplaceable knowledge was specifically targeted by Pelinal, suggesting he understood its value and deliberately sought its eradication. Not all modern scholars condemn Pelinal's methods without qualification. The Imperial War College Department of Historical Conflict Studies has argued that the totality of his great approach must be understood within the context of asymmetric warfare. Professor Quintus Veranius contends the Elysian forces faced an enemy with overwhelming magical superiority and entrenched political power. Conventional military approaches would have failed against such advantages. The comprehensive nature of Pelinal's campaign, while disturbing to modern sensibilities, prevented any possibility of aid resurgence that might have reversed human liberation. This pragmatic defense remains controversial, particularly among Elven historians. Altmarie scholar Lindarion of Cloudrest has documented the broader impact of Pelinal's campaign on Marish cultures throughout Tamriel. His research demonstrates that the trauma of the Elysian Rebellion reverberated far beyond Cyrodiil, influencing Altmarie policies toward humans for thousands of years, and contributing to the isolationist tendencies that characterized much of Somerset's history. The memory of Pelinal became a cautionary tale among all Elven peoples about the existential threat posed by unchecked human expansion. The theological dimension of Pelinal's campaign adds another layer of complexity to modern ethical assessments. If, as substantial evidence suggests, Pelinal was indeed a Shezarane, a mortal incarnation of the missing god, Lurin, then his actions represented more than military strategy. They constituted a continuation of the cosmic struggle between Lurin and the Elven ancestors who opposed material creation. Under this interpretation, Pelinal's eradication of Aelid civilization represented the playing out of divine conflicts through mortal proxies, raising profound questions about agency and culpability. The Shinid's theological position holds that divine intervention in mortal affairs does not absolve participants of moral responsibility. High Chancellor of Nurthorn's famous treatise on divine agency and mortal choice argues that even if Pelinal acted as an instrument of divine will, the specific methods he employed reflected choices made within the scope of his mission. This perspective maintains that the extremity of his approach cannot be dismissed as merely the inevitable unfolding of cosmic will. Pelinal's own statements about his methods preserved in fragments of the song reveal a calculated philosophy behind his brutality. After the destruction of Sayet, he reportedly told Mori House, "I do not hate what they are, but what they would forever be if left to their devices." The memory of cruelty lives longer than its practitioners. This statement suggests he viewed cultural annihilation as preventative rather than punitive, a perspective that troubles modern ethicists, who see in it the seeds of justification for atrocities throughout subsequent imperial history. The practical consequences of Pelinal's methods extended far beyond the immediate conflict. By eliminating aid knowledge so thoroughly, he inadvertently created a technological and magical regression that affected human development for centuries. The early Elysian Empire struggled to maintain basic infrastructure without the magical techniques that had supported aid civilization. Aqueduct fell into disrepair, agricultural productivity declined, and architectural knowledge regressed to more primitive forms. This post-liberation decline created hardships for the very human populations Pelinal had ostensibly fought to free. Perhaps the most troubling aspect of Pelinal's campaign was its influence on subsequent imperial approaches to cultural difference. The Elysian Order, which rose to prominence following the rebellion, adopted increasingly extreme anti-elven policies inspired by Pelinal's example. Their doctrinal position that elven blood represented a spiritual contamination led to purges of elven influences throughout Cyrodiil, and eventually to aggressive expansionism justified as continuing Pelinal's work. The Elysian doctrines, which dominated imperial, religious, and political life for centuries, institutionalized prejudices that can be traced directly to Pelinal's essentialist view of elven nature. Among the complex web of relationships that define the Elysian Rebellion, none proved more consequential than the triumvirate formed by Pelinal Whitestrake, Mori House, and Elysia herself. This alliance transcended mere military cooperation, evolving into deep personal bonds that would shape the course of Cyrodiilic history. Pelinal's first encounter with Mori House occurred shortly after his arrival in Cyrodiil. The Song of Pelinal describes their meeting as the joining of storm and fury, referring to Mori House's nature as the son of Kay, Nordic goddess of storms, and Pelinal's legendary battle rage. Initial accounts suggest a cautious assessment between the two warriors, each recognizing in the other a power beyond ordinary mortal capabilities. Mori House, often called the Breath of Kind, appeared as a man with the head of a bull, his massive frame adorned with ancient Nordic symbols of his divine heritage. His physical strength exceeded even that of giants, allowing him to tear down 8 gates with his bare hands. This raw power complemented Pelinal's precise martial skill, creating a devastating combination on the battlefield. Their initial cooperation quickly developed into a deep friendship based on mutual respect and shared purpose. While Elysia provided the rebellion's spiritual foundation, Pelinal and Mori House formed its martial backbone. The two warriors developed battlefield tactics that maximized their complementary abilities. Mori House, using his tremendous strength to breach fortifications, while Pelinal exploited these openings with surgical strikes against Aelid leadership. Archaeological evidence from battle sites reveals their coordinated approach. At Sard, excavations show damage patterns consistent with Mori House's distinctive horn marks on the main gate, followed by precision cuts to internal structural supports that match Pelinal's blade width. This pattern appears at multiple aid ruins, suggesting a standardized tactical approach developed through extensive cooperation. Beyond the battlefield, their personal relationship grew increasingly intimate. The uncensored fragments of the Song of Pelinal preserved in the Arcane University archives describe evenings spent in shared quarters where the two warriors would speak of matters beyond mortal understanding, their voices low and close as lovers, These passages were systematically removed from official imperial versions of the song, reflecting later discomfort with the nature of their bond. The most explicit reference to their relationship appears in the infamous 8th stanza of the song, where Pelinal is described as shining with a love that would eventually be his undoing. The passage continues. Pelinal loved Moray House as only those who have glimpsed eternity can love, with a devotion transcending the boundaries of flesh and time. This section was entirely excised from versions of the song published after the rise of the Elysian Order, which adopted increasingly strict positions on proper religious and personal conduct. Historical records from the early Elysian period contain scattered references to the depth of their connection. In the personal correspondence of Lady Perif, one of Elysia's closest confidants, she describes witnessing Pelinal tending to Morris's wounds after the Battle of Vadison. The White Knight knelt before the bull, his hands gentle as a healer's despite their strength. He spoke words I could not understand in a language that seemed to calm the very air around them. The bull's pain visibly eased at his touch. This tenderness contrasted sharply with Pelinal's behavior toward others. Even among his human allies, he maintained a certain distance. His manner often described as abrupt or aloof. Only with Moray House did he display genuine warmth, suggesting a unique emotional connection that transcended his otherwise single-minded focus on the rebellion. Their battlefield coordination reached its apex during the siege of Seatatar, where contemporary accounts describe them moving as though sharing one mind. When Aelid mages created a magical barrier separating the two warriors, witnesses reported that Pelinal and Moray House independently developed identical strategies to reunite, approaching the barrier from precisely calculated angles that caused it to collapse. This level of synchronicity led some observers to suggest a metaphysical connection between them, perhaps related to their shared divine associations. The relationship between Pelinal and Elysia proved more complex and nuanced. While Morrow served Elysia out of filial devotion to his divine mother Kin, who had sent him to aid the rebellion, Pelinal's loyalty to Elysia stemmed from recognition of her unique destiny. He addressed her as Alesh, or sometimes paravent terms with specific theological significance in the emerging Elysian belief system. Alesh meaning the high priestess in an ancient Nedic dialect, acknowledged Elysia's spiritual authority and her claimed direct communication with the divines. Haravant, a term with no clear etymological origin in any known Tamrielic language, appears to reference her role as a vessel for divine will, a first mover who initiated a new historical cycle. Pelinal's use of these terms, instead of her common name, suggests he viewed her primarily through a metaphysical lens rather than a personal one. Despite this apparent formality, surviving fragments of correspondence between Pelinal and Elysia reveal a relationship of profound mutual respect. In a letter written after the fall of Sard, Elysia confided to Pelinal her doubts about her ability to govern the territories they had liberated. The people look to me for wisdom I do not possess. They expect a ruler, but I have only ever been a slave and a seer. Pelinal's response demonstrated unexpected sensitivity. You have always been what they needed, even before they knew they needed it. The crown you will wear was forged in your heart long before it will touch your brow. This exchange reveals a dimension of Pelinal rarely seen in public, a capacity for empathy and emotional insight that contrasted with his battlefield persona. With Elysia, he occasionally set aside the mantle of the implacable warrior to serve as counselor and confidant. This aspect of their relationship became particularly important during the middle phase of the rebellion, when initial victories gave way to the challenges of governance. The triangular relationship between these three leaders created a balance that proved crucial to the rebellion's success. When Pelinal's berserker rages threatened to undermine their cause through excessive brutality, Elysia would intervene through Mori House, who alone could approach Pelinal in such states without risk. Similarly, when Elysia faced opposition from human tribal leaders who questioned her authority, Pelinal's unequivocal support, backed by his fearsome reputation, secured their compliance. This dynamic is exemplified in the aftermath of the Sidor massacre, when Pelinal's indiscriminate slaughter of Adra-worshipping Alids threatened to alienate potential allies. Historical records describe how Elysia sent Mori House to confront Pelinal, finding him blood-soaked and still trembling with rage. According to accounts preserved in the Imperial Library, Mori House physically embraced Pelinal despite the blood, speaking softly until the White Knight's breathing slowed and his posture relaxed. When Elysia arrived hours later, she found them seated together, Pelinal listening attentively as she explained the strategic importance of distinguishing between different Alid factions. The personal nature of Pelinal's devotion to Elysia became most evident following her injury during the Battle of Ninandava. When an Alid spell arrow struck Elysia, temporarily paralyzing her, Pelinal abandoned his position, leading the vanguard to personally escort her to safety. This decision, militarily unsound given his critical role in the assault, demonstrated that his loyalty transcended strategic considerations. He remained at her bedside for 3 days until her recovery, neglecting pressing military matters despite Mori House's urging to return to the field. The intimate connection between Pelinal and Mori House occasionally created tension within the triumvirate. Elysian records hint at Elysia's concern that their close bond might compromise military objectivity. In a private communication to her priestess Perif, Elysia noted, "The White Knight and the Bull move increasingly as one, their eyes seeking each other across the council table before any decision is made. I wonder sometimes if they remember that this war extends beyond their shared gaze." This observation proved prescient during the campaign against Lindai, when Mori House was temporarily captured by Allied forces. Pelinal abandoned the carefully crafted battle plan, leading a reckless direct assault on the aid position holding Mori House. While successful in freeing his companion, this impulsive action cost dozens of Elysian lives and delayed the broader offensive by several weeks. When Elysia questioned this decision, Pelinal reportedly responded, "Some bonds transcend strategy. I would tear down the walls of oblivion itself if he were held beyond them." The most controversial aspect of their triangular relationship emerges in the censored portions of the Song of Pelinal that describe intimate moments between Pelinal and Mori House. These passages, preserved only in fragmentary form in the Arcane University's restricted archives, suggest a romantic and physical dimension to their bond. One partially recovered section describes them as finding in each other's embrace a solace that neither battle nor victory could provide. Their bodies joined as completely as their purpose. The systematic removal of these references from official histories reflects the changing attitudes of the later Elysian order which developed increasingly rigid views on proper relationships. The theological implications of a divine champion engaging in such a relationship with a demigod proved problematic for the emerging religious orthodoxy, leading to a deliberate reshaping of their historical bond into one of purely martial brotherhood. The complex relationship between these three leaders found its most poignant expression in the final days before the assault on White Gold Tower. Historical accounts describe a private meeting in Alicia's tent where the three shared wine and reflected on their journey. According to a witness account from one of Alicia's handmaidens, preserved in the collection of the Leoian Historical Society, Pelinal spoke with uncharacteristic emotion. "Whatever comes tomorrow, know that I have found in both of you something I thought lost forever. A purpose beyond vengeance, a connection to this world I had forgotten." This rare moment of vulnerability foreshadowed the coming tragedy. The following day, Pelinal would enter White Gold Tower in pursuit of Umaral, leading to his dismemberment and death. His final recorded words spoken to Mori House before this fatal assault hint at a premonition of his fate. "If I do not return, remember me not as I was in rage, but as I am in this moment, looking upon you with clear eyes." The grief that followed Pelinal's death revealed the true depth of both relationships. Morris's reaction transcended conventional mourning. Witnesses described him entering a state of frenzy comparable to Pelinal's own berserker rages. His attacks against remaining aid forces marked by unprecedented brutality. For weeks afterward, he would return to the chamber where Pelinal's remains had been found, sometimes remaining there in silence for days. Alicia's response proved more controlled, but no less profound. She ordered the recovery of every fragment of Pelinal's body and armor, personally overseeing their placement in a specially constructed reliquary beneath what would become the Temple of the One. The elaborate preservation ritual she instituted for his remains went far beyond standard honors for fallen warriors, incorporating elements that would later evolve into core practices of the Elysian faith. In the aftermath of the rebellion's success, both Alicia and Mori House would reference Pelinal in ways that transcended his military contribution. Alicia's early imperial decrees frequently invoked the spirit of the White Knight as a guiding principle, suggesting she viewed him as more than a champion, but as an embodiment of the new order she sought to establish. Mori House and the few personal writings attributed to him referred to Pelinal as the other half of my soul, a phrase with specific theological significance in early Elysian doctrine relating to divine completeness. The assault on the White Gold Tower represented the culmination of Pelinal Whitestrike's campaign against the Aelids, a final confrontation that would determine the fate of Cyrodiil. After the fall of strategic outlying settlements, the remaining Aelid forces had withdrawn to their capital, consolidating their strength around the ancient structure that served as both the physical and metaphysical center of their civilization. White Gold Tower stood unlike any other structure in Tamriel, rising 800 feet above the central island of Lake Rumare. Its gleaming spire was visible from nearly anywhere in the Net Basin. The tower functioned as more than merely the seat of Aelid governance. It represented one of the few remaining tower structures from the Dawn Era, a stabilizing pin in the fabric of reality itself. Constructed according to principles established at Ada Mana, the first tower, White Gold, possessed unique properties that transcended conventional architecture. The Elysian forces approached the capital from multiple directions, having secured control of the surrounding countryside through previous campaigns. Reconnaissance reports delivered to Pelinal indicated that Umaril, the Unfathered, had implemented unprecedented defensive measures. The standard magical barriers that protected allied settlements had been reinforced with additional layers of spellcraft, drawing power directly from white gold itself. These defenses created a shimmering dome of magical energy that enveloped the entire central island. Pelinal spent 3 days observing these defenses from the western shore of Lake Rumire. Unlike previous sieges, where he had relied primarily on martial strength, he recognized that breaching the capital would require a more sophisticated approach. The magical barrier repelled conventional projectiles and prevented any physical approach by boat or swimming. Attempts by Elysian battle mages to counter the barrier had proven ineffective, as the tower's connection to fundamental creation provided seemingly limitless magical resources to maintain the defenses. The solution Pelinal devised demonstrated his unusual understanding of aid magical infrastructure. Beneath Lake Rumor ran a network of enchanted conduits that channeled magical energy from outlying Welkenstone deposits to the central tower. These underwater pathways had been established during the early construction of white gold to supplement the tower's natural collection of creatia from Aetherius. By targeting these conduits, Pelinal realized he could potentially disrupt the barrier without having to overcome it directly. Pelinal selected a small team of former slaves who had worked on maintaining these conduits during their captivity. Their intimate knowledge of the underwater network proved invaluable, as they identified vulnerable junction points where multiple channels converged. Using specialized tools crafted by Elysian mages according to Pelinal's specifications, these infiltrators descended to the lakebed and placed disruptive devices at strategic locations. These devices represented another example of Pelinal's anachronistic knowledge. Combining alchemical compounds with soul gem fragments configured in specific geometric patterns, they generated interference fields that disrupted the flow of magicka without physically damaging the conduits. This approach prevented catastrophic magical backlash, while still achieving the desired effect of weakening the barrier. Archaeological investigations in the Fourth Era have recovered fragments of these devices, confirming their sophisticated design that incorporated principles of magicka manipulation not formally discovered until the Second Era. As the devices activated, visible effects manifested in the barrier surrounding the city. The previously uniform shimmer developed fluctuating intensities, with noticeable thinning at regular intervals, corresponding to the disrupted conduits. Pelinal had anticipated this pattern and positioned the main Elysian force to exploit these weaknesses when they reached their minimum strength. The actual breach occurred during the dawn of the 3002nd day of the year, 1 E242, a date specifically chosen by Pelinal for its astronomical significance. This particular morning featured a conjunction of celestial bodies that the aides considered inauspicious, a configuration they called the Thief's Shadow. Historical records indicate that aid magical defenses traditionally underwent maintenance during such periods to avoid negative influences. By striking at precisely this moment, Pelinal exploited both the physical weakening of the barrier and the psychological impact on its maintainers. The initial assault force comprised 3 specialized units. The vanguard, led by Pelinal himself, targeted the weakest section of the barrier directly opposite the main gate. Morehouse commanded a secondary force, positioned to exploit any additional breaches that might form as a result of the primary assault. A third contingent of Elysian battle mages stood ready to establish counterwards, preventing the barrier from resealing once breached. When Pelinal reached the fluctuating section of the barrier, he employed another example of his unique capabilities. Witnesses described how he raised his left hand, which began emitting the terrible light mentioned in earlier accounts. Where this light touched the barrier, the magical energies appeared to fold inward upon themselves, creating a localized collapse. This technique for magical disruption demonstrated principles that would not be formally understood until Shalador's work on spellbreaking in the late First Era. The opening created by this method allowed Pelinal and his vanguard to pass through, establishing a foothold on the island. Morihaus quickly exploited this success, leading his forces through the breach before the allied mages could respond. The battle mage contingent immediately began establishing ward anchors around the perimeter of the opening, preventing the barrier from reconstituting itself. Within the city itself, the Elysian forces encountered a defense-in-depth strategy, unlike anything seen in previous engagements. The Alids had transformed the capital's concentric layout into a series of nested defensive positions, each designed to slow the human advance and inflict maximum casualties. Streets that had once facilitated movement through the city were now blocked by magical barriers, keyed to elven blood, allowing Alid defenders to pass freely while forcing the attackers to find alternative routes. Pelinal countered this strategy by dividing his forces into smaller, more mobile units familiar with urban combat. Rather than attempting to clear every street and structure, these teams focused on securing key junctions and neutralizing the ward anchors that powered the interior barriers. This approach reflected Pelinal's understanding of Alid magical urban planning, specifically how their cities channeled and distributed magical energy through architectural features. The fighting intensified as the Elysian forces approached the central districts surrounding White Gold Tower itself. Here, the Alids had concentrated their most elite warriors and powerful mages. Unlike the desperate last stand seen in other cities, these defenders operated according to a coordinated plan, using the urban terrain to channel attackers into prepared ambush points. Pelinal recognized this strategy and implemented a countermeasure that demonstrated his tactical flexibility. Rather than continuing the direct approach, he ordered his forces to secure and occupy specific buildings that corresponded to nodes in the city's magical infrastructure. These locations, identifiable by distinctive architectural features known to former slaves in his army, served as distribution points for the magical energy flowing from the tower to the city's defensive systems. By controlling these nodes, the Elysian forces gradually diminished the magical advantages enjoyed by the defenders. Barriers began failing, enchanted weapons lost their power, and communication systems between Alid units broke down. This methodical dismantling of the city's magical support network represented a sophisticated understanding of urban warfare, adapted to a context where magic formed an integral part of the battlefield. As the outer districts fell, the remaining Alid forces withdrew to the tower itself in the surrounding governmental complex. This central area featured the most formidable defenses, including physical barriers enhanced by permanent enchantments tied directly to the tower's fundamental nature as a metaphysical structure. The conventional wisdom among Elysian commanders suggested a protracted siege of this final position, allowing time to bring additional forces and supplies. Pelinal rejected this approach, recognizing that a prolonged engagement would allow the Aelid leadership to potentially activate contingency measures or summon DRI assistance. Instead, he proposed an immediate assault focused on breaching the tower itself, where he believed and the remaining Aelid kings had gathered. This decision reflected his persistent focus on decapitating Aelid leadership rather than merely occupying territory. The approach to the tower required crossing an open plaza deliberately designed to expose attackers to magical fire from elevated positions. Conventional tactics would have proven suicidal against such defenses. Pelinal, instead, utilized knowledge gained from former slaves who had worked in the tower's maintenance. These individuals identified a network of service tunnels that ran beneath the plaza, originally designed to allow discreet movement of servants and supplies. Leading a small force of his most trusted warriors, Pelinal infiltrated these tunnels, while the main Elysian army maintained pressure on the plaza defenses as a diversion. The narrow passages prevented the use of conventional formations, forcing the attackers to advance in single file through sections barely wide enough for an armored warrior. This approach carried significant risks, as ambushes in such confined spaces could prove devastating. The Aelids had indeed prepared for this possibility, placing magical wards and traps throughout the tunnel system. Here, Pelinal's mysterious armor proved particularly valuable, as its resistance to magic allowed him to trigger and survive traps that would have killed conventional warriors. Behind him, a specialist unit of Elysian mages worked to disarm or neutralize these defenses, gradually securing a safe passage for the forces following them. The tunnels emerged in the lower levels of the tower itself, allowing Pelinal's force to bypass the heaviest exterior defenses. The interior of white gold presented a different challenge, a complex labyrinth of chambers and passageways designed to confuse invaders and separate them into vulnerable groups. The layout incorporated magical elements that could reconfigure sections of the tower in response to intrusion, potentially trapping attackers in dead-end corridors or rooms without exits. Pelinal navigated this labyrinth with unexpected familiarity, leading his forces directly toward the upper chambers where he believed the Aelid leadership had gathered. This knowledge of the tower's interior layout surprised even the former slaves in his company, who had only accessed limited sections during their captivity. His apparent understanding of the structure's complete design added to the growing evidence that Pelinal possessed knowledge that transcended conventional explanation. As they ascended through the tower's levels, Pelinal's force encountered increasingly elite aid defenders. These included not only conventional warriors, but specialized battle mages whose magical abilities had been enhanced through direct connection to the tower's power. The confined spaces within the structure limited Pelinal's ability to employ the formation tactics that had proven effective in open battles, forcing a more individualized combat approach. The most significant resistance occurred in the ancestral chamber, a vast hall located approximately 2/3 of the way up the tower. This ceremonial space contained reliquaries holding the remains of previous aid kings, their preserved spirits providing additional magical power to the defenders. Here, 5 Aelid sorcerer kings made their stand, each commanding elements that corresponded to different aspects of Aelid magical tradition. The battle that followed represented one of the most intense magical confrontations of the entire rebellion. The Sorcerer Kings coordinated their spellcraft to create overlapping fields of destructive energy, while simultaneously animating the ceremonial armor displays that lined the chamber's walls. Pelinal countered by employing the disruptive light from his left hand to create temporary gaps in the magical fields, allowing his warriors to engage the kings directly. 3 of the sorcerer kings fell to conventional combat once their magical protections were compromised. The 4th, a specialist in temporal manipulation, proved more challenging. This king, identified in later records as Senarl, the Unmoving, created localized distortions in time that caused attacking weapons to slow to imperceptible speeds before reaching him. Pelinal overcame this defense by throwing his own sword directly through a distortion field, then physically charging into the same field. The unexpected mass entering the temporal effect caused it to collapse, allowing Pelinal to reach Senarl and eliminate him before he could establish a new defense. The final sorcerer king, Larchel of the Thousand Eyes, employed an unusual form of scrying magic that allowed him to simultaneously perceive and attack from multiple angles. This ability made conventional approaches impossible as he could anticipate and counter any movement. Pelinal defeated this opponent by exploiting a fundamental limitation of scrying magic, its inability to perceive objects or individuals with certain divine protections. His armor's mysterious properties apparently included such protection, rendering him partially invisible to large houses' magical perception and allowing him to approach undetected from the king's blind spot. With the ancestral chamber secured, Pelinal's force continued their ascent toward the uppermost levels of the tower where Yummerl awaited. The remaining distance featured fewer conventional defenders, but increasingly abstract magical hazards. Entire sections of corridor existed in multiple states simultaneously, requiring precise timing to navigate. Other areas contained atmospheres hostile to human physiology, necessitating protective measures developed by Elysian alchemists based on Pelinal's specifications. Throughout this ascent, the tower itself seemed to respond to their presence. Witnesses described walls that rippled like water when touched, floors that became temporarily intangible, and gravity that shifted direction without warning. These effects represented more than mere defensive enchantments. They demonstrated the tower's nature as a structure existing partially outside conventional physical laws, its interior spaces reflecting its role as a metaphysical pin stabilizing reality. Pelinal navigated these hazards with the same unexpected familiarity he had shown with the tower's layout. When faced with a chamber where time flowed backward, he instructed his warriors to walk backward while thinking in reverse order. When confronted with a section where spatial dimensions folded upon themselves, he led them through by following a pattern based on specific numerical sequences. This knowledge of how to traverse such metaphysically complex spaces further distinguished him from conventional military leaders. The final approach to Umral's position required passing through the lightless chamber, a space described in Elysian records as a void in the shape of a room. This area contained no conventional light, sound, or even air, existing as a buffer zone between normal reality and the altered space surrounding the tower's apex. Crossing this void required specialized magical preparation, as normal physical processes, including breathing and heartbeat, would cease to function within it. The final confrontation between Pelinal Whitestrake and Umral, the Unfathered, took place in the highest chamber of the White Gold Tower, a space unlike any other in Tamriel. Known as the Fane of Ancestral Whispers, this octagonal chamber sat directly beneath the tower's apex, its walls inscribed with the names of every Aed king since their arrival in Cyrodiil. Magical light filtered through crystal apertures, creating patterns that shifted with the movements of celestial bodies. The chamber functioned as both throne room and ritual space where the metaphysical properties of the tower could be directly accessed by those with sufficient knowledge. Umaril awaited Pelinal's arrival with calculated composure. Unlike the desperate Alid kings who had fallen before him, Umaril projected absolute confidence. His physical form stood over 8 feet tall, his body adorned with armor of an unusual golden-white metal that scholars later identified as ethereal in origin. Most distinctive were the vestigial wing structures extending from his shoulders. Not functional wings, but crystalline formations that captured and refracted light in hypnotic patterns. These unfathered wings gave him his epithet and served as conduits for his unique magical abilities. What made Umaril truly formidable was not merely his physical stature or martial prowess, but his nature as a half-Dritch being. Historical records confirm that his mother was an Alid of royal lineage, while his father was a lesser Dritch entity in service to Meridia. This heritage granted him capabilities beyond those of conventional aid sorcerer kings, including a conditional immortality tied to his connection with Meridia's realm, the Colored Rooms. Pelinal entered the chamber alone, having ordered his remaining warriors to secure the lower levels against potential reinforcements. His armor bore the marks of the ascent, scorched by magical fire, dented from physical confrontations, yet still gleaming with its characteristic otherworldly light. His legendary sword, described in the song as straight and terrible as daylight, showed no damage despite the countless enchanted barriers it had sundered during the climb. The initial exchange between the two champions was not immediate combat, but a moment of mutual assessment. They circled the chamber's perimeter, separated by the width of the room, each measuring the other's movements and defenses. Umaril carried a spear of unusual design, its shaft composed of intertwined strands of metal that occasionally separated and rejoined like living tendrils. The spearhead itself appeared to exist in multiple places simultaneously, an effect of Dritch enchantment that made its true position difficult to determine. The battle began with a display of Umar's Dritch heritage. He raised his free hand toward the chamber's ceiling, causing the ambient light to coalesce into tangible beams that struck a Pelinal from multiple angles. These beams carried Meridia's signature power, a burning light that could disintegrate undead and corrupt flesh. Against most opponents, such an attack would have been instantly fatal, but Pelinal's mysterious armor absorbed or deflected the majority of the energy, allowing him to advance through the barrage with only minor injuries. Pelinal countered with the strange light from his left hand, the same energy he had used to breach magical barriers throughout the campaign. Where this light touched Umaril's armor, the metal briefly lost its cohesion, becoming momentarily malleable before reforming. This effect confirmed what some scholars had theorized. Pelinal's disruptive energy operated on fundamental principles of creation, temporarily suspending the defined properties of materials. The physical engagement that followed demonstrated combat skills far beyond mortal limitations. Umaril's spear moved with impossible speed, sometimes appearing to strike from multiple directions simultaneously due to its Dritch enchantments. Pelinal matched this supernatural pace, his sword intercepting attacks that should have been imperceptible to human reflexes. The chamber itself reacted to their conflict, with floor tiles cracking under the force of their movements and wall inscriptions glowing in response to the magical energies they unleashed. Witnesses who observed the battle from lower levels of the tower reported that the entire structure trembled with each exchange. The magical reverberations affected the tower's connection to reality itself, causing temporary distortions that extended throughout the imperial city. Former slaves who had escaped to the mainland described seeing portions of the tower briefly vanish from view, only to reappear moments later. Evidence that the confrontation transcended physical combat and affected the tower's metaphysical properties. The tide of battle shifted when Umaril employed his most devastating ability, control over light itself. As a champion of Meridia, he could manipulate light, not merely as illumination, but as a fundamental force. He created prismatic cascades that split into countless razor-sharp fragments, each capable of slicing through conventional armor. These light shards surrounded Pelinal, attacking from every conceivable angle and leaving him no path of retreat. Pelinal responded with a technique never before witnessed in his campaign. He plunged his sword into the floor of the chamber, creating a shockwave of counter-energy that temporarily neutralized all magical effects within the room. This action required such force that the sword embedded itself halfway to the hilt in the tower's enchanted floor, a material previously thought impervious to physical damage. The resulting magical vacuum provided a brief window where Umar's Dritch advantages were suppressed. In this moment of vulnerability, Pelinal closed the distance between them with extraordinary speed. The hand-to-hand combat that followed revealed that both champions possessed physical capabilities far beyond their apparent forms. Umaril's strength, enhanced by his Dritch blood, allowed him to shatter pillars with glancing blows. Pelinal matched this power with a combination of precision and ferocity that suggested formal training in multiple martial disciplines spanning different eras. The critical turning point came when Pelinal managed to grasp one of Umar's crystalline wing structures. These formations, which channeled Meridia's influence into the physical plane, represented both a source of power and a potential vulnerability. With a precise application of his disruptive energy, Pelinal caused the crystal to fracture along specific axes, disrupting the patterns that maintained Umar's connection to his DRI patron. This disruption created a visible effect. The golden light that had suffused Umaril's form dimmed noticeably, and his movements became marginally slower. Recognizing this advantage, Pelinal pressed his attack with renewed intensity. His sword, retrieved from the floor in a fluid motion, now left lingering trails of white fire as it cut through the air. Each strike precisely targeted at junctions in Umar's armor where the protective enchantments were weakest. Umaril, sensing his disadvantage, attempted to re-establish his connection to Meridia by retreating to a specific position within the chamber where the tower's natural energies aligned with the colored rooms. Pelinal anticipated this maneuver, using his shield to disrupt Umar's movement and force him away from this metaphysical anchor point. This tactical awareness demonstrated Pelinal's understanding of the tower's internal magical geography, knowledge that no human should have possessed. The battle reached its crescendo when Umaril, increasingly desperate, attempted to open a direct portal to oblivion within the chamber. Such a breach would have allowed Meridia's direct influence to enter the tower, potentially turning the tide in his favor. The magical energies required for this summoning manifested as concentric rings of golden light that expanded outward from his position, each ring inscribed with Dritch symbols that shifted between different alphabets and meanings. Pelinal recognized the existential threat this summoning represented. Rather than continuing his direct assault, he employed a counter-ritual that witnesses later described as speaking words that bent the air. These utterances, delivered in a language that hurt the ears of those who heard it, created interference patterns in Umaral's summoning rings, causing them to intersect in ways that destabilized the entire working. The resulting magical backlash staggered Umaral, creating the opening Pelinal needed for his final attack. With a combination of precision and overwhelming force, he drove his sword through a specific point in Umaral's armor, where the chest plate joined the shoulder harness. This strike, delivered with such power that it created a visible distortion in the air around the blade, penetrated both the armor and Umaral's physical form. The wound proved mortal to Umaral's physical manifestation. Golden light erupted from the injury, accompanied by a high-pitched kenning that caused pain to all who heard it. His physical form began to lose cohesion, the edges of his being becoming indistinct as his connection to Mundus weakened. In these final moments, however, Umaral revealed the true nature of his Dritch heritage. As his physical form collapsed, Umaral's essence separated from his body in a display of golden light that coalesced into a spectral shape resembling his corporeal form, but composed entirely of radiance. This spiritual manifestation briefly hovered before Pelinal, its features twisted in a combination of hatred and triumph. Then, in a burst of light that temporarily blinded all witnesses, this essence shot upward through the tower's apex, traveling along a predetermined path to Meridia's realm of oblivion. This departure represented not true death, but a strategic retreat. Umaral's Dritch heritage and his pact with Meridia allowed his spirit to return to the colored rooms, where it would remain until conditions permitted his return to Mundus. This aspect of Dritch immortality, the ability to reconstitute a physical form after the destruction of a previous vessel, represented a metaphysical principle that Pelinal, for all his otherworldly knowledge, failed to fully comprehend. In the immediate aftermath of Umar's apparent defeat, Pelinal stood victorious, but gravely wounded. The battle had taken a severe toll, even on his extraordinary constitution. His armor, previously capable of self-repair, now showed permanent damage where Umaral's-like shards had penetrated its enchantments. Blood seeped from multiple injuries, and his movements lacked their usual fluid precision. Despite these injuries, Pelinal began a systematic destruction of the chamber's ritual features, using his sword to deface the inscriptions that maintain the tower's connection to aid magical traditions. This act represented more than mere vandalism. It constituted a metaphysical reconfiguration of the tower itself, severing its ties to specific aspects of reality while preserving its fundamental role as a worldly stabilizer. What Pelinal failed to anticipate was the coordinated counterattack planned by the remaining Aelid kings. While he had focused exclusively on Umaral, 8 Aelid sorcerer kings had gathered in a chamber directly below, performing a ritual that temporarily linked their magical abilities into a unified force. They had deliberately allowed Pelinal to reach Umaral alone, knowing that the confrontation would leave him vulnerable regardless of its outcome. As Pelinal completed his destruction of the chamber's ritual features, these kings ascended through a previously concealed entrance. They entered not as individual combatants, but as components of a single magical working. each maintaining specific gestures and intonations that contributed to their shared power. Their coordination demonstrated the sophisticated magical traditions that had made the Alids formidable despite their political fragmentation. Weakened from his battle with Umral and caught in a moment of divided attention, Pelinal could not bring his full capabilities to bear against this new threat. The kings attacked not sequentially but simultaneously, each contributing a different magical principle to create an overlapping field of destructive effects. Fire, frost, shock, and more esoteric energies converged on Pelinal from every direction at once, overwhelming even his armor's remarkable protective properties. Despite these overwhelming odds, Pelinal's final stand displayed the same martial brilliance that had characterized his entire campaign. With movements that belied his injuries, he managed to eliminate 3 of the kings in rapid succession, his sword cleaving through their magical protections with the same efficiency it had demonstrated throughout the rebellion. Each fallen king weakened the collective working, creating openings that Pelinal exploited with tactical precision. The remaining kings, recognizing the threat of individual engagement, adjusted their approach. Rather than maintaining their positions, they began a rotating formation that prevented Pelinal from isolating any single target. This coordinated movement, combined with their linked magical abilities, gradually wore down his defenses. Wounds accumulated across his body. His responses slowed incrementally, and the light emanating from his armor dimmed noticeably. The killing blow came not from magical assault, but from a more mundane weapon. As Pelinal focused on countering a particularly complex spell weaving, one of the kings managed to position himself in a blind spot. With a ceremonial spear reserved for ritual sacrifices, this king struck at a joint in Pelinal's armor that had been damaged during the fight with Umral. The spear penetrated completely, its enchanted tip disrupting the connection between Pelinal's physical form and whatever mysterious force animated his being. What followed was not a simple death, but a systematic dismemberment. The kings, recognizing the potential for Pelinal's posthumous influence, deliberately separated his body into 8 parts, each king claiming a portion. This division was not merely physical, but incorporated magical rituals designed to prevent any potential reconstitution. They scattered these remains throughout the tower, intending to perform more permanent disposal once the immediate crisis had passed. Only Pelinal's head remained intact, left in the chamber as a grim trophy of their victory. Yet, even in this state, Pelinal defied conventional understanding of life and death. According to witnesses who entered the chamber later, his severed head continued to speak for several hours after separation from his body. These final utterances, recorded by Elysian scribes who reached the scene, contained both immediate tactical information and cryptic references to events centuries in the future. Among these statements was a clear warning about Umral's true nature. He is not ended. The unfathered has only retreated beyond the doors of night, where his mother's light preserves him. He will return when the dragonfires fade and a new door opens between worlds. This prophetic warning, incomprehensible to its original audience, accurately described circumstances that would not occur until the Third Era's closing years. Further evidence of Pelinal's connection to time itself. The recovery of Pelinal's remains became a priority for the Elysian forces once they secured the tower. Morehouse personally led the search, his grief manifesting as methodical determination. The kings had hidden the body parts well, incorporating deceptive enchantments that made them appear as architectural features or decorative elements. Despite these obstacles, all portions except the right hand were eventually recovered, a significant exception, as this was the hand that had wielded his legendary sword. The recovered remains displayed unusual properties that defied normal decomposition. The flesh remained uncorrupted. The blood retained its liquid state without coagulation, and the severed surfaces showed evidence of attempted regeneration that had been magically suppressed by allied countermeasures. These characteristics supported theories about Pelinal's non-human nature, suggesting a physical form that operated according to principles different from conventional biology. Alesia ordered these remains placed in a specially constructed reliquary beneath what would later become the Temple of the One. The preservation rituals she established incorporated elements from multiple religious traditions, acknowledging the uncertain nature of Pelinal's being. These practices would eventually evolve into core ceremonies of the Elysian Order, their original purpose gradually obscured by theological reinterpretation. The recovery and preservation of Pelinal's armor proved equally significant, unlike conventional equipment. The armor maintained its structural integrity despite the damage sustained in the final battle. When assembled on a mannequin approximating Pelinal's proportions, witnesses reported that it occasionally emitted the same white light that had characterized it during his campaigns. Some accounts even claimed that faint sounds could be heard emanating from the empty helmet, whispers in an unknown language that caused unease in those who listened too closely. Following Pelinal Whitestrike's death in the White Gold Tower, the Nayant Elysian Empire faced the challenge of contextualizing his complex legacy. Elysia herself recognized the importance of properly memorializing the White Knight, understanding that his symbolic value to the liberation movement transcended his controversial methods. Within months of securing control of the imperial city, she established the first formal veneration practices centered around Pelinal's recovered remains. The initial ceremonies were intimate affairs, restricted to veterans who had fought alongside him. These gatherings took place in a temporary shrine constructed near the base of White Gold Tower, where participants would place offerings of white flowers and polished weapons. Elysian records describe how Mori House frequently visited this shrine alone during nightfall, sometimes remaining until dawn in silent contemplation. These early observances gradually formalized into the night's vigil, a tradition where warriors would stand guard over relics of Pelinal's armor throughout the night of the last seed full moon, marking the approximate anniversary of his final battle. As Elysia consolidated her rule, she incorporated Pelinal's veneration into the emerging imperial religious structure. The construction of the first Temple of the One included a specially designed lower chamber to house his remains. This reliquary featured architectural elements that deliberately echoed Pelinal's distinctive armor, white marble columns with silver inlay arranged in an octagonal pattern reminiscent of the star motif associated with him. The reliquary's location directly beneath the main altar established a physical connection between Pelinal's sacrifice and the worship of the divines, literally positioning him as the foundation upon which the new faith stood. The official theological position regarding Pelinal evolved significantly during the early Elysian period. Initial religious texts described him as the Divine Crusader, suggesting a direct connection to the gods without explicitly claiming he was divine himself. This careful positioning reflected Elysia's political acumen. By elevating Pelinal to semi-divine status without full apotheosis, she created a figure that could be venerated by humans without directly challenging Edric worship. The College of Whispers has preserved fragments of Elysia's personal correspondence with her chief priest Belharza regarding Pelinal's religious status. In one notable letter, she wrote, "The knight must be remembered as more than mortal, but less than divine, a bridge between our realm and the higher spheres. His nature resists simple categorization, and so must our veneration of him." This nuanced approach characterized early imperial doctrine, which presented Pelinal as an agent of divine will rather than a god himself. By 250, formal veneration practices had spread throughout the Heartland. The most significant was the Festival of the Red Diamond, held annually on the 30th of Second Seed. This 3-day celebration commemorated Pelinal's victories with military parades, athletic competitions, and ritualized reenactments of key battles. Participants would don white clothing and carry diamond-shaped red lanterns through city streets, symbolizing both Pelinal's armor and the red moments of his berserker rages. A theological reframing that transformed his controversial madness into sacred fury. Archaeological evidence from this period reveals the rapid spread of Pelinal iconography throughout Cyrodiil. Excavations of First-Era settlements consistently uncover household shrines featuring stylized representations of his distinctive armor. These small devotional objects, typically crafted from white clay with red paint details, suggest widespread popular veneration beyond official imperial ceremonies. The standardization of these icons across geographically distant sites indicates deliberate efforts by the early Elysian priesthood to promote a consistent visual language for Pelinal's cult. The theological complexity of Pelinal's position intensified with the rise of the Elysian Order under the priest Mara around 361. Marik's monotheistic reforms created doctrinal challenges regarding Pelinal's status, as the order increasingly emphasized the single deity they called the One. Traditional veneration of lesser entities became problematic. Rather than diminishing Pelinal's importance, however, Maruk's followers recontextualized him as the perfect mortal vessel of divine will, an exemplar whose actions manifested the One's judgment against elven tyranny. This theological shift significantly altered veneration practices. The Festival of the Red Diamond was reformed into a more solemn observance called the Purification Remembrance, focusing less on military glory and more on Pelinal as an instrument of divine justice. Participants now engaged in ritual cleansing ceremonies and public confessions of impurity, conceptually linking their spiritual purification to Pelinal's purging of elven influence from Cyrodiil. This transformation reflected the Elysian Orde's increasingly anti-elven ideology, which retroactively justified Pelinal's most extreme actions. The Elysian Orde's control over Pelinal's legacy reached its apex during the so-called cleansing years of 148,482, when High Priest Vervidius Thorn commissioned the standardized version of the Song of Pelinal that would become canonical. This edition systematically removed references to Pelinal's relationship with Mori House, his prophetic utterances regarding future events, and the most graphic descriptions of his violence against non-combatants. The resulting text presented a sanitized Pelinal, whose actions aligned perfectly with Elysian doctrine. not all regions embraced the Elysian Order's interpretation of Pelinal. In the Colombian West, where traditional Nordic influences remained strong, local veneration practices preserved elements of the original cult. The Fighter Guild archives in Anvil contain records of the White Procession, a coastal ceremony where warriors would wade into the sea at dawn wearing white garments, symbolically reenacting legends of Pelinal's arrival from another shore. These regional variations maintained a more militaristic and less doctrinally rigid approach to his veneration. The construction of physical monuments to Pelinal accelerated during the late First Era, particularly under Emperor Ammiel, who sought to reinforce imperial legitimacy through association with the Elysian liberation. The most impressive of these structures was the Whitestrake Basilica in Sanker, featuring a massive white marble statue of Pelinal with his sword raised toward the east. The basilica's design incorporated astronomical alignments that caused sunlight to illuminate the statue's face only on the anniversary of the white gold tower's fall, demonstrating the sophisticated integration of Pelinal veneration into imperial architectural traditions. Archaeological investigations of these monuments reveal interesting patterns in how Pelinal was physically depicted across different eras. Early representations consistently show him in full armor with his face completely concealed by his helmet, emphasizing his mysterious, almost inhuman nature. By the mid-First Era, partial face reveals became common, humanizing him while maintaining an aura of otherness. Late First Era depictions often showed him bareheaded but with eyes emitting light, a visual compromise between human and divine representation that aligned with evolving theological interpretations. The collapse of the Elysian Order following the War of Righteousness created a vacuum in the official veneration of Pelinal. The subsequent rise of the Riemann dynasty brought significant changes to his cult. Riemann I, seeking to distinguish his rule from Elysian traditions, while still claiming connection to Cyrodiil's liberation heritage, established new commemorative practices. The most significant was the Knights' Challenge, a tournament held every 4 years where warriors from throughout the Empire competed in events modeled after Pelinal's legendary feats. Winners received ceremonial white armor and the temporary title Hand of Whitestrake, serving as imperial champions until the next tournament. Riemann-era theological texts reveal a subtle shift in Pelinal's religious positioning. Rather than emphasizing his role as an instrument of divine judgment, Riemann scholars presented him as a prototype of the dragon-born emperor, a mortal elevated by divine favor to accomplish extraordinary deeds. This interpretation created conceptual lineage connecting Elysia, Pelinal, and Riemann himself, reinforcing the new emperor's legitimacy. The temples of the divines constructed during this period typically included a small shrine to Pelinal, adjacent to the main worship space, physically representing this theological relationship. The Second Empire's expansion brought Pelinal's veneration into contact with diverse cultural traditions, resulting in interesting syncretistic practices. In Hammerfell, where the Second Empire established significant presence, warrior lodges incorporated elements of Pelinal veneration into their own traditions. The Ashaba, already outcasts for their willingness to fight the honored dead, adopted Pelinal as a patron figure who transcended traditional taboos in service to a greater purpose. Their annual White Sand Walk combined Redguard ancestor reference with symbolic elements drawn from Pelinal's campaigns. In sharp contrast, Pelinal's legacy among elven populations remained predominantly negative. Altmarie historical texts from the First Era refer to him as the White Abomination or the Star-Made Slaughter, emphasizing his role in cultural destruction rather than human liberation. The discovery of the Jolt Time Codex in 3E 435 revealed that surviving 8 communities maintained secret observances commemorating victims of Pelinal's campaigns, including rituals designed to bind the mad spirit and prevent his potential return. Bosmer perspectives on Pelinal proved more complex. While acknowledging his role in their allied cousin's destruction, Wood Elf oral traditions also recognized his opposition to Dritch influences that many Allids had embraced. The White Stranger appears in several Bosmer folktales as an ambiguous figure who eliminated corrupted elven settlements but spared those living in harmony with natural law. These stories likely represent a cultural reconciliation between historical facts and the Bosmer desire to distinguish their society from aid practices. The interregnum period saw significant fragmentation in Pelinal veneration. Without imperial authority maintaining standardized practices, regional variations flourished in eastern Cyrodiil. The Nis traditions emphasized Pelinal's connection to stars and celestial phenomena, incorporating elaborate astrology into their observances. Western Kolian practices focused more on martial aspects with warrior brotherhoods, claiming direct spiritual lineage from Pelinal's original companions. These regional cults sometimes developed competing narratives about specific aspects of his campaigns, leading to occasional theological conflicts. The most significant development during the interregnum was the emergence of the Knights of the White Stallion in the Blackwood region. This military order claimed to possess Pelinal's right gauntlet, the one part of his armor never recovered after his dismemberment. While historical evidence for this claim remains dubious, the order gained considerable influence by combining practical border defense with elaborate veneration ceremonies centered around this relic. Their fortress monastery became an important pilgrimage site, drawing visitors from throughout Cyrodiil to view the gauntlet and participate in dawn ceremonies, where it would allegedly emit light similar to descriptions of Pelinal's armor. The restoration of imperial authority under Tiber Septim brought renewed official attention to Pelinal's cult. The Third Empire approached his veneration with characteristic pragmatism, incorporating elements from various regional traditions while emphasizing aspects that reinforced imperial unity. The Office of Imperial Commerce even standardized the production of Pelinal devotional items, issuing quality guidelines for everything from household shrines to ceremonial weapons bearing his insignia. Third Era theological texts show interesting evolution in how the Eight Divines priesthood interpreted Pelinal. Rather than presenting him as an instrument of a single deity, official doctrine now positioned him as exemplifying different virtues associated with multiple divines. Akatosh's sense of order, Stendarr's mercy toward the oppressed, Zenithar's dedication to righteous labor, and Talos's martial prowess. This distributed theological approach reflected the more inclusive religious policies of the Septim dynasty compared to the monotheistic tendencies of the Elysian Order. The most elaborate imperial ceremony honoring Pelinal developed during the early Third Era was the Septennial Recitation, a complete public reading of the approved version of the Song of Pelinal, performed by priests from each divine's temple, working in rotation. This event, lasting 3 full days, took place in the imperial city's temple district, with the emperor traditionally attending the opening and closing segments. The ceremony explicitly connected Pelinal's campaigns to the continuing imperial mission, presenting the empire as the fulfillment of his struggle against tyranny. The Oblivion Crisis of 3E433 precipitated a significant resurgence in Pelinal veneration, particularly after the emergence of a figure claiming to be a new divine crusader. This individual, whose identity remains disputed in historical records, allegedly recovered Pelinal's original relics and used them to defeat Yamaril the Unfathered, who had indeed returned just as Pelinal had prophesied centuries earlier. Whether this represented genuine divine intervention or elaborate political theater remains debated among scholars, but the effect on popular veneration was profound. In the aftermath of the Oblivion Crisis, pilgrimages to sites associated with Pelinal increased dramatically. The Chapel of Dibella in Anvil, where the new divine crusader reportedly received visions, became particularly significant. Worshippers would leave offerings of white flowers and small weapons, reviving practices not seen since the early First Era. The Knights of the Nine, a reconstituted order claiming connection to both Pelinal and the new crusader, established chapters throughout Cyrodiil, dedicated to maintaining these sites and performing regular ceremonies honoring both figures. The Fourth Era brought new challenges to Pelinal's veneration. The White Gold Concordat's restrictions on Talos worship created theological complications, as imperial doctrine had increasingly linked Pelinal and Talos as divine champions of humanity. Many underground Talos worshippers incorporated elements of Pelinal veneration into their hidden ceremonies, using his less controversial status as cover for prohibited practices. The Thalmor, recognizing this pattern, occasionally targeted prominent Pelinal shrines for investigation, claiming they were searching for hidden Talos worship while simultaneously suppressing veneration of another human champion. Despite these challenges, Pelinal's legacy remains deeply embedded in Cyrodiilic culture. Annual observances continue in most major cities, particularly the mid-year procession in the Imperial City, where participants carry white banners from the Temple of the One to the base of White Gold Tower. Academic institutions maintain dedicated Pelinal studies departments, though their focus has shifted from hagiography to more critical historical analysis. The University of Gylem's extensive collection of regional Pelinal veneration practices represents the most comprehensive documentation of how his legacy continues to evolve across different cultural contexts. The prophecies regarding Pelinal White's return remained largely forgotten by the common folk of Tamriel until the waning years of the Third Era. Ancient texts preserved in the Imperial Library contain cryptic references to the White Knight's own final words spoken through his severed head. "I shall return when the dragon fires fade and the barriers between worlds grow thin." These words, dismissed by many scholars as the delirious ramblings of a dying man, took on new significance as the Oblivion Crisis loomed on the horizon. The first signs of Pelinal's prophesied return manifested in 3E433, when reports emerged of strange dreams affecting citizens throughout Cyrodiil. These visions commonly featured a knight in gleaming white armor standing atop a hill, silently gesturing toward a distant shrine. The imperial cult initially attributed these dreams to anxiety over Emperor Uriel Septim VII's recent assassination, but the consistency of the imagery across diverse populations suggested something more significant was occurring. Zend researchers later determined that these dreams intensified in frequency and clarity as the barriers between Mundus and Oblivion weakened. The dreams appeared to concentrate around individuals with martial backgrounds. Guards, soldiers, and adventurers reported the visions with greater frequency than merchants or scholars. This pattern aligned with historical accounts of how Pelinal had recruited fighters during the original Elysian Rebellion, suggesting a deliberate selection process rather than random spiritual phenomena. The most vivid of these dreams included specific directions to the Priory of the Nine, a long-abandoned monastery in the west weald of Cyrodiil. This remote location had once housed an order of knights dedicated to the Nine Divines, with particular emphasis on Pelinal's legacy. The order had dissolved during the War of the Red Diamond in the Second Era, and the Priory itself had fallen into obscurity, omitted from most contemporary maps. Its sudden reappearance in collective consciousness represented the first tangible evidence of Pelinal's influence reaching across the centuries. When the first dream-guided pilgrims arrived at the Priory in late 3E433, they discovered the building in remarkable condition despite centuries of abandonment. The stone structure showed minimal weathering, and the interior spaces remained largely intact, though covered in dust and cobwebs. Most significant was the undisturbed basement chamber, containing a circular table with 8 chairs and a 9th larger chair positioned prominently at the head. This arrangement corresponded exactly to descriptions in rare texts about the original Knights of the Nine, an order founded shortly after Pelinal's death to honor his memory and continue his work. The centerpiece of this chamber was a map of Cyrodiil, with 8 locations marked in faded ink, each corresponding to a shrine dedicated to one of the divines. According to the Priory's surviving records, these shrines had once housed the 8 pieces of the Crusaders' relics, Pel's legendary armor and weapons, which had been distributed for safekeeping after his death. This discovery provided the first concrete link between the prophetic dreams and the physical legacy of Pelinal Whitestrake. As Maroon's Dagon's influence spread across Tamriel and Oblivion Gates began appearing throughout Cyrodiil, the significance of these relics took on new urgency. Historical accounts had consistently described Pelinal's equipment as particularly effective against DRI entities. The mythic Dawn's assassination of Emperor Uriel Septim VII and his legitimate heirs had extinguished the dragon fires that maintained the barriers between worlds, precisely the condition Pelinal had specified for his return. The recovery of the Crusaders' relics began when an individual known to history only as the Divine Crusader heeded these prophetic dreams. Contemporary accounts describe this figure as unremarkable in appearance, but possessed of exceptional determination. The Divine Crusader's identity remains one of the Third Era's most debated historical questions, with theories ranging from a distant septum relative to a direct spiritual incarnation of Pelinal himself. What records confirm is that this individual undertook a pilgrimage to each of the divine shrines, beginning with the Shrine of Dibella near Anvil. At each shrine, the Divine Crusader faced trials specifically designed to test qualities associated with the respective divine. These trials revealed much about Pelinal's own values as interpreted by the original Knights of the Nine. At the Shrine of Dibel, the test involved perceiving beauty in unexpected places, a curious challenge for one associated with Pelinal, whose historical accounts rarely mentioned aesthetic appreciation. This suggests that the original knights had recognized dimensions to Pelinal's character, absent from popular narratives, focused solely on his martial prowess. The Shrine of Ar presented a trial of life and death, requiring the divine crusader to protect the living while honoring the dead. This reflected Pelinal's complex relationship with mortality, a warrior who brought death yet fought to preserve life for the enslaved. The trial at Zenithar's shrine tested craftsmanship and honest labor, qualities that historical accounts attributed to Pelinal during the periods between battles when he taught former slaves practical skills for self-sufficiency. Each successful trial revealed the location of one piece of the Crusader's relics. The recovery of the helm of the Crusader from Karath's shrine proved particularly significant. Witnesses described how the divine Crusader approached the helm only to be surrounded by a swirling wind that coalesced into a vaguely humanoid shape. This manifestation reportedly spoke with a voice like thunder heard across centuries, delivering a message that many scholars interpret as Pelinal's direct guidance. The enemy of old returns through doors thought sealed. What was sundered must be made whole again. The recovered relics displayed properties consistent with historical descriptions of Pelinal's original equipment. The cuirass of the Crusader exhibited the same self-repairing capabilities mentioned in First Era accounts. The sword of the Crusader emitted a faint white light that intensified in the presence of Dritch entities. Most tellingly, when the Divine Crusader assembled the complete set, witnesses reported seeing a ghostly aura surrounding the wearer, a luminous outline resembling Pelinal's form as depicted in ancient frescoes. As the Divine Crusader gathered the relics, evidence of Umaral, the Unfathered's return, became increasingly apparent. Imperial battle mages reported unusual magical disturbances centered around Alid ruins, particularly those historically associated with worship of Meridia. Explorers who ventured into these ruins encountered Aurorans, the same Dritch servants of Meridia that had protected Umerald during the Elysian Rebellion. These golden armored entities exhibited powers specifically effective against followers of the Nine Divines, suggesting a deliberate counterforce to the emerging Crusader. The theological implications of Umeral's return proved as significant as its practical dangers. His reappearance validated Pelinal's final prophecy, confirming that the half-Dritch Alid king had indeed preserved his essence in Meridia's realm of oblivion rather than experiencing true death. This revelation forced Imperial theologians to reconsider conventional understandings of mortality and divine intervention. If Umeral could return after millennia through his Dritch connection, what did this suggest about Pelinal's own nature and his prophesied return? The answer emerged through the Divine Crusader's experiences while wearing the assembled relics. Multiple witnesses reported instances where the Crusader appeared to act with knowledge impossible for any contemporary mortal to possess. During an encounter with Aurorans at Fort Bulwark, the Crusader reportedly identified a hidden weakness in their formation that corresponded exactly to a tactical vulnerability Pelinal had exploited during the Battle of Ciatader, a detail preserved only in obscure First-Era texts not available to the public. More compelling evidence of Pelinal's direct influence came during the Divine Crusader's prayer vigils at the Great Chapel of Talos in Bruma. Attendants observed the Crusader speaking in an archaic dialect of Cyrodiilic consistent with First-Era linguistic patterns. These utterances, recorded by chapel scholars, included references to individuals and events from Pelinal's original campaign that had been omitted from standard historical accounts, but were later verified through archaeological evidence. This suggested not merely inspiration, but a direct connection to Pelinal's consciousness or memories. The culmination of these experiences occurred at the Priory of the Nine, where the Divine Crusader established a restored knightly order to continue Pelinal's legacy. During the induction ceremony for new knights, multiple witnesses reported a manifestation they described as Pelinal's blessing, a column of white light that descended from the ceiling to engulf each initiate. Those who experienced this phenomenon reported hearing a voice delivering the same oath Pelinal had administered to his original followers. "By my hand and will, the darkness shall break upon the stones of light." With the reconstituted Knights of the Nine at their side, the Divine Crusader prepared for direct confrontation with Umaril. Historical records indicate that the Aurorans had begun systematic attacks on chapels throughout Cyrodiil, desecrating altars and killing priests in a campaign reminiscent of the religious persecution practiced by Druialiades. These attacks followed a pattern that magical scholars identified as a ritual working designed to weaken the metaphysical influence of the divines in preparation for Umaril's full manifestation on Mundus. The Divine Crusader's counter-strategy revealed further evidence of Pelinal's guidance. Rather than defending individual chapels reactively, the Crusader led the knights in consecrating specific sites, corresponding to locations where Pelinal had achieved major victories during the Elysian Rebellion. This created a network of warded locations that disrupted Umaril's ritual working, while simultaneously strengthening the Crusaders' connection to Pelinal's original campaign. The magical theory underlying this approach incorporated principles of sympathetic resonance that exceeded contemporary understanding, suggesting access to knowledge from an earlier era. The final confrontation with Umaril occurred in two distinct phases that mirrored Pelinal's original duel. The first battle took place in the physical realm at the ancient Aelid settlement of Garla's Malid on the Gold Coast, a site historically associated with Meridia worship that had remained largely unexplored since the First Era. Archaeological evidence recovered after the battle confirmed that Umaril had established a physical anchor point there, creating a conduit between Mundis and the colored rooms that allowed his reconstituted form to manifest. Witnesses described Umaril's physical appearance as virtually identical to ancient depictions, a towering figure in golden white armor with crystalline wing structures extending from his shoulders. This perfect preservation across millennia further confirmed his nature as something beyond conventional mortality. Most significantly, he displayed the same half-Dritch abilities that had challenged Pelinal originally, including manipulation of light as a weapon and partial existence in multiple planes simultaneously. The Divine Crusader's battle with this manifestation demonstrated tactics strikingly similar to those attributed to Pelinal in historical accounts. Rather than attempting to counter Umar's light-based attacks directly, the Crusader repeatedly closed distance to engage in close combat where the Aelid King's ranged advantages were neutralized. The sword of the Crusader proved particularly effective against Umaril's armor, creating the same disruption in its magical properties that ancient texts had described during Pelinal's original duel. When Umaril's physical form finally fell, witnesses observed the same phenomenon reported during his first defeat. His essence separating from his body as a golden spectral entity preparing to retreat to Meridia's realm. Here occurred the crucial difference from the original confrontation, where Pelinal had lacked the means to pursue Umaral beyond physical death. The Divine Crusader initiated what observers described as a divine translation, the Crusader's own spirit temporarily separating from their body to pursue Umeral into the spiritual realm. This metaphysical pursuit represented the fulfillment of Pelinal's unfinished work. The knights who witnessed the event reported that both the Crusader's physical form and spectral manifestation briefly displayed the overlaid image of Pelinal himself, as though two entities occupied the same space across different points in time. This visual confirmation of Pelinal's direct involvement supported theological interpretations that the original White Knight had indeed returned, not through conventional reincarnation, but through spiritual guidance and partial possession of a worthy vessel. The battle in the spiritual realm remains largely undocumented, except through the Divine Crusader's own subsequent account. What magical sensors did record was an unprecedented surge of energy at the site, combining elements associated with both EDI and DRI forces. Magical theorists from the Arcane University who studied these residual patterns concluded that the Crusader had somehow channeled divine power from multiple sources simultaneously, a feat normally impossible due to the inherent opposition between different divine entities. When the Divine Crusader returned to physical consciousness, they brought definitive evidence of Umaril's permanent defeat. The crystalline fragments recovered from the battlefield displayed a unique form of magical depletion consistent with complete severance from their dry source. Meridia's connection to Umaral had been not merely disrupted, but fundamentally broken, preventing any future reconstitution of his essence. This complete victory accomplished what Pelinal had failed to achieve in his original confrontation, bringing genuine closure to a conflict that had spanned millennia. The theological implications of these events reverberated throughout imperial religious institutions. The proven return of Pelinal's influence, whether through direct spiritual manifestation or divine inspiration, challenged conventional understandings of the relationship between mortal champions and divine powers. If Pelinal could extend his influence across thousands of years to complete an unfinished task, what did this suggest about the nature of heroic figures throughout Tamrielic history? Were they truly gone after death? Or did they persist in some form, continuing to shape events from beyond conventional mortality? In the aftermath of Umrald's defeat, the reconstituted knights of the 9 established permanent shrines at locations associated with both Pelinal's original campaign and the Divine Crusader's modern quest. These sites became popular pilgrimage destinations, particularly for warriors seeking blessing before battle. The most significant of these shrines, located at the Priory of the Nine, displayed an unusual phenomenon. Visitors consistently reported hearing faint metallic sounds like armor shifting when no one was present, and occasionally glimpsing a white armored figure watching from peripheral vision. The Crusaders' relics themselves remained with the Knights of the Nine through the remainder of the Third Era. Their powers apparently diminished after Yummer's defeat, but still formidable. Magical analysis of the artifacts revealed that they existed in a state of temporal complexity, simultaneously being both ancient objects from the First Era and more recent reconstructions. as though Pelinal's original equipment had been recreated through divine intervention rather than simply preserved. This paradoxical condition further supported theories about Pelinal's unique relationship to time itself. As the Third Era gave way to the Fourth and the Septim Dynasty ended, the Knights of the Nine gradually diminished in prominence. The onset of the Great War and subsequent White Gold Concordat created political complications for an order so closely associated with the banned worship of Talos. Yet, Pelinal's legacy endured through less formal channels. Warriors throughout Cyrodiil continued to place white flowers at sites associated with his campaigns, and small household shrines bearing his image remained common in rural areas. The most lasting impact of Pelinal's Third Era return was not physical, but spiritual, a confirmation that the boundaries between historical epics remained permeable to those of sufficient divine significance. His fulfillment of a prophecy, spoken at the moment of his dismemberment, demonstrated that certain figures transcend conventional mortality, existing in a state of potential rather than absolute absence. For the people of Tamriel, this knowledge provided reassurance that their greatest champions might return in times of greatest need, that what appears to be death may simply be a temporary withdrawal until the proper moment for return. In this way, Pelinal Whitestrike's legacy extends beyond his historical accomplishments to embody a fundamental truth about Tamriel itself, that the past is never truly finished, and that those who shape history most profoundly may continue to influence it long after their apparent departure from the mortal realm.